Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was great to hear from the new leader of the Democrat Party, Mrs. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Unfortunately, we didn't also get to hear from their other leader, Mr. Zoran Mamdani. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be proud this evening to vote to reopen the federal government.
House should be in order.
Mr. Speaker, for 40 days, the Democrats shut our government down to pursue unrealistic policy proposals that they know the American people do not want. Mr. Speaker, the American people do not want health care for illegal aliens. They do not want our tax dollars funding left-wing media outlets, and they do not want to drive up our debt $1.5 trillion as part of a short-term continuing resolution. Mr. Speaker, the last 40 days have been nothing but pure political nihilism, and I'm glad that this nightmare is over so that we can get back to work on behalf of the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Still having a lot of issues with this friggin' StreamYard. They made these changes. It's just been a disaster, and they keep screwing everything up when I'm trying to. Now, all of a sudden, Instagram will not go live at all. Refusing to work. This is bullshit. I tested. I ran a fucking, goddammit, I ran a practice stream and it worked perfectly, and now it won't go live. Just won't let me do it. Oh, it finally went live. Wow. So which one was it? Oh, horrible. Whatever. Uh, Fucking horrible show already. Sorry, everybody. I can't believe it. Good. 30-year computer career. So glad I'm done with this. I don't know what they did. They did some changes. They did some stupid friggin' changes. StreamYard had to do stuff and add shit, and now nothing wants to work right. So, what's this? What's up, Pat Hacker? How you doing? Trump to sign the end of the shutdown in 2 minutes. That's good. Looking forward to tonight's show. Should be a positive one. Well, we'll see. Dems are playing games to Epstein. Yeah, it's toothless. What's up, Dan? How you doing? Nice to see you. Snarf. What's going on? Mr. Dan, none of your business. What's up? How you doing? Good evening. Patriot Forever. Good evening, folks. How you doing? Jody, good. Thank you for coming in. Tuckweed. Hey, what's up? Mr. Anthony, what's it say? If you got any, taking any photos with the Northern Lights, post them here. Steve Hilliard, how you doing, buddy? Anthony, it's so great to see you. Soldier of Province. I don't want to pull your name up because it has your name, and I don't want to dox you. So we're gonna do. And Terry, how you doing? Tim's here. What's up, Tim? Great to see you. Catherine K, nice to see you. Trump hasn't signed it yet. No. Hey, Sharkman, how you doing? HJ Remy, tell me. Hello, everyone. How's it going? Phil Coggins is here, too. What's up, everybody? Yes. Everybody's here. How you doing? So, sorry. I was a little late, too, because I'm trying to get my grandson to sleep, so it's what it is. Anyway. Yeah, a bunch of news tonight. We'll see how's it going. And what's new with the news, I guess. And I thought that was a funny video, kind of them talking about the new leaders of the Democrat Party, Zohran Mamdani and AOC. But got this a kind of a follow up story. You guys remember the Maine candidate guy running for Senate in Maine? Jim, you've been around Joe and you're picking up his boober habits. It's not me. I don't know what the deal is. I really don't. Like I had to basically I had to basically put like do some weird end around thing to get Instagram to work. I don't understand it. I really don't. Like I had to do it a completely like end around because it was not working. So whatever, it is what it is. So yeah, remember the Maine candidate, the guy who had the Nazi tattoo for 20 years, 30 years, and said he didn't have any idea what it was? That guy? Yeah, well, that guy, oh, what is going on here? My shirt's all funky too. Collar's all weird. Man, I'm just disheveled today. I really am. So, just so everybody knows, tomorrow night, I will not be on with Joe. Joe's going to have a show tomorrow night with Rich Barris. Am I mirrored now? What is going on here? What is going on here? Am I mirrored? Huh. No, I don't like that. I'll go back to this way. I don't know. I'm just having some weird stuff. Everything is good. What's up, Jay Schwartz? Nice to see you. Yes, great. Looking great to you. All right. So, yeah. So, tomorrow night, Thursday night, I will have a regular show here for you guys tomorrow night. Regular show on this channel. Joe's going to have Rich Barris on as a guest tomorrow night. So, I won't be on with him. So, we'll just have a regular show here. And hopefully, anyone else giggling a little? I don't know what's going on. Put up my right hand. Does it look like my right hand to you, or does it look like my left hand to you? Is this my right hand or my left hand? What do you guys see? Right hand or left hand? That's good for you, right hand? All right. Reports are clean spending bill includes a ban on CBD products, THC limits, no plants. Yeah, I'm not happy about that. The hemp products thing, like, what the fuck? It's not supposed to be like this. It's supposed to be a clean CR. They're not supposed to do this shit. They're not. Hey, Amazing Disgrace, what's up? Nice to see you too, man. Gundam Ziggs here too. What's up, man? How you doing? It's on my right. Okay, it was my right hand. All right. All right. Have I seen Kyle? No, I haven't seen Kyle in a long time. You guys seen Kyle? Seen Kyle? No? Hey, Jim, last night's shirt color was a good color on you, FYI. Well, thank you. Purple? I like purple. So, yeah, I don't like what they did with the bill. I'm not happy. There's a whole bunch of stuff. I don't know what's going on with the Trump administration lately. They seem to be shooting themselves in the foot. A lot of the things they're doing seems like Snarf says I see Kyle but not Seymour. Oh. Have you seen Kyle? He's about this tall. So, hey, Jay Wills, what's up? Nice to see you too, man. Nice to see you too. You agree? I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't know, man. Raising your hand and saying, "Have you seen Kyle?" is just scary. Okay, I don't know. I'm okay with it. Don't fall for the Democrats. I'm not falling for the Democrats. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about like the stuff that's going on. Like what? Like, oh God, why are they putting stuff in a bill? Why are they putting stuff in a bill for hemp products and THC stuff? Like, why? Why are you doing that? Why are you putting stuff in a bill to pay senators off who got spied on? Like, what about all the fucking Americans that get spied on? When is our... Okay, sorry. I knew I forgot something. Let me get it. My bad. My bad. I'll fix it right now. I knew I forgot it somethings. I knew I was going to screw something up. And I did. I screwed it up. Should be off now. Sorry. Yeah, they should be off now. My apologies. My apologies. Yes, my apologies. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. All this stuff happening day by day by day, and it just keeps getting more. Mm-hmm. That's all I can do anymore is just go. Jacob's here too. What's up? Thoughts on Trump inviting the Syrian leader to the White House from, I mean, wasn't this guy like a terrorist? Didn't they have a $10 million bounty on him? And now he's in the, you love the Fred Perry shirt, Seagull Gunner? Well, I love Fred Perry too. I got a whole bunch of these Fred Perry shirts. And Trump talking about 50-year mortgages. No, I'll be in debt forever. It's like, I got the ads are off now. So, yeah. Well, I shut the the ads. I have to turn them off. I have to turn them off like after this right after the stream starts because they automatically go on. So, because I don't. Anyway, makes you challenge the official narrative of 9/11 like Charlie Sheen did. Yeah, it does kind of make you wonder, doesn't it? What else did they add to the bill? Oh, they added there's a bunch of other stuff they added to. It seems like it. They put stuff in there about paying each senator can sue Jack Smith and the federal government retroactively. I don't know. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, I know. I understand. I could speak typo because it happens to me all the time. So yeah, so this guy that had the Nazi tattoo, this ain't the guy who had the Nazi tattoo. Why are they showing a picture of not the right fucking guy? This image, this is not the right guy. Democrat primary to take Susan Collins was shaken up by a decision of one candidate. And a move that could implications invited the House as well. The Senate, one-time Chief of Staff Kay Porter withdrew from the Senate race. This ain't the right fucking guy. This ain't the right guy. What the fuck is going on here? That leaves Janet Mills and Graham, the oyster farmer, as the guy who... Okay, so that guy didn't leave. His announcement sets up a Democrat congressional primary in the key 2nd district. So the guy that has the Nazi tattoo didn't drop out. He's still in the race. Al Gay guy. Yeah. I guess this is a big gay Al didn't drop out. AI gay guy. I don't know. Man, what the fuck? He's not the right guy. This is not the right guy. Not see the right guy. I'm not seeing the right guy. Okay. So instead he's going to run, this guy's going to run for the Maine 2nd district. And so moderate Democrat Jared Golden will face primary challenge in the U.S. I thought Jared Golden wasn't running for re-election. I thought he announced he wasn't running. Anyway. Collins is the sole Republican senator in New England, and toppling her has been a long-time Democrat Party goal. And Dunlap announced his bid for the 2nd district week before Goldman announced that he was vacating. All right, I'm sorry. This story is retarded. The brewery owner Dan Claiborne and Air Force contractor Daira Smith Rodriguez recently dropped out to endorse Mills. All right, whatever. Yeah, because here's this, Democrat candidate trails in crucial Senate race after major scandal derails campaign. Maine Democrat Graham Plattner's own words could sink his Senate bid. And the memo warrants Plattner's history of inflammatory social media posts, including calling himself a communist. He said he's a communist. That's not calling yourself a communist. Yeah. AP reporting sucks. It does. Thomas Massey is a Democrat. Changed my mind. No, it's AI. It's an AI gay guy. Jim froze. Did I froze? Seriously? Oh, man. What is happening? It says I'm not using any disk. I'm not using any network. What's going on? How am I using no network? Saying could not connect to the internet. Is my internet going in and out? I think that might be a problem. It's saying there's something going on. I can't even do a speed test. Not frozen here, fine here, no freeze. The audio seems fine to me, and I have not experienced any freezing in your video. It's a troop of gremlins, no freezing here. You're being played. Well, I'm trying to do a speed test, and it keeps telling me it can't connect to the internet. So that's what's weird. Oh, now it finally worked. Oh, I should be. I mean, I'm connected. It was a retarded storage. Well, yeah, it was the retarded story. Okay. All right. It's the solar flares. Maybe it's the solar flares. Yes. Anyway, I mean, I'm connected to a 5 gigabit connection, so I shouldn't be having these problems. It's a solar radiation storm. It could be. Could be. It could be. So let me close this out. All right. So the poll commissioned by Emily's List and conducted by Impact Research found that after voters saw Plattner's Reddit posts and Susan Collins crushed him by double digits, even when pollsters added sympathetic spin about Plattner's background as a veteran and oyster farmer, plus his analogy, the gap barely moved. Yeah, his analogy that he didn't know what the Nazi tattoo was, that the death's head was. Sandworms, it could be. Vote for me and I'll change the font as to differentiate L's from I's. Yeah, what is with that? Why can't we ever tell the difference between L's and I's? That is some screwy shit, isn't it? That is some real screwy shit. Screwy Louie. Screwy Louie. It's erroneous borealis. Mercury is in retrograde. There's some weird shit going on. So before the voters heard about his worst of his comments, Collins already led Plattner 51-42, but once they were shown more of his online rants, her lead ballooned to 19 points. So, oh my goodness, I didn't even talk about the goal, and here we go. And hey, all, sorry I'm late, so I'm paying my late fee, set bill of free. I caught up watching Conservative Vibes. It finally got 500,000 subs. He's doing a lot for Charlie Kirk. He was there when Charlie Kirk got shot. Well, thank you. Thank you, Audra. Thank you. Let's see here. There's Bella. Now I'm going to have to do something to fix Bella's camera because, well, that's how it works. There we go. All right. Thank you so much. Oh, and then we got another one. We got $5 from Jay Will. Says happy hump day. Thank you. No, your feed froze again? Really? What is going on? So with that, folks, that puts us, we have Bellavision, and that puts us actually $45 away from an extra hour of show tonight. Yes, it does. Thanks, Jay Wills. Thanks, Audra. Yes, thanks, everybody. Oh, you put a probe in Bella? I hope not. Bella wouldn't like to be probed. That's not cool. That's not cool. So the polls finding make it are clear. Maine voters find Plattner's comments blaming victims for sexual assault and calling Mainers he seeks to represent racist and stupid and promoting violence against completely disqualifying. So, despite Collins' clear edge, the poll shows she's not invincible. Her approval rating is underwater by 10 points. And Maine voters say they prefer a Democrat over a Republican, 46-37. Still, Collins has been here before. Well, I mean, Collins is a Democrat. I mean, come on. The only thing she does is caucus with the Republicans. But as far as everything else, though, Steve Hillard says, Jim, are you sure you want an extra hour? I don't care if we get an extra hour. I mean, I'll always do the extra hours. Why? I mean, what? What's wrong? What do you mean? Trump signed the funding bill. Okay. Oh, man. So, all right, let's get into the next story. There's enough of this. Let's get into the next story. This is the one everybody wants to talk about. President Trump blasts Democrats on Truth Social for trying to bring up Epstein's hoax to distract from what he calls their failures on the government shutdown. I'm struggling. No, I'll get into the groove, Steve. It'll be fine. I'll get into the groove. I'll get into the groove. Cats and dogs living together. Yes. So he accused Democrats of costing the U.S. $1.5 trillion by viciously closing the country and urged Republicans to stay focused on reopening it. Epstein is the new abortion situation. Both sides will go crazy, but never actually release progress. Yeah. If you defend Epstein, you're assuming you're involved. Who the fuck is defending Epstein? Nobody is defending Epstein. I have not heard anybody defend Epstein at all. Never, never, never. That hasn't happened. No defense of Epstein. It's like no sleep till Brookphone. Do not go Madonna. Is my cord wrapped again? I don't believe so. No, my cord's fine. I got to get a new desk is what I got to do. That's what I nearly need to do. But I can't, right now I can't spend the money on a new desk and new monitors, but that's what I really need. I need 2 new monitors because right now I just have a 65-inch TV and it's so big that's why you see me going like this to look at stuff over here. I need to get 2 monitors that are smaller and have the camera like in the middle. That way I'm looking at the camera like this and I'll look from side to side at the monitors or something. But that's going to wait until I actually, Well, Sharon Tyler's here too. Says hello, Jim, and the Jim Somniacs. Nice to see you. Yeah, no, I'm having connection problems. It's driving me crazy. It is, but it'll be all right. I just gotta push through it. It'll be fine. And then thoughts on Tucker Carlson. I like Tucker Carlson all in all. I don't have to agree with everything he says to like his reporting and everything. Hey, Colorado Mountain Girls too. It's all for the best, Jim. It is. Establishment infected the GOP. Now they're infecting MAGA, and it's not going to be an easy problem to solve. Matt the Tucker. Some people, I don't know, don't like him. I don't know if that's Bella or what. Hey, Granola, what's going on? Nice to see you. So, if Trump had been involved in the Epstein trips, this would have been leaked over the last decade. For F's sake, he got sued for a bogus-looking case already. Trump is being led to slaughter. It's up to him to suss out the motives of people doing this to him. HVLI is becoming the only solution quickly. Knew they would bring this up again to try and see doubt and unrest. It's bad. They had the government shut down to deflect and project just like any good narcissist. Yeah. You don't have to call him Carl Tuckerson. All right. Yeah, Tucker asks questions. That's his job. Yeah, I watched almost all of that Fuentes interview with him because I'm not a Fuentes fan. Like I don't watch enough Fuentes stuff to know what he's talking about. But I've heard a lot of people say Fuentes is a Nazi, Fuentes is this, Fuentes is that. I don't know. I think maybe he tried to be edgy a little bit and stuff, but I don't really see it's I don't see it being like tech setup used by the YouTuber, the body language guy. Sounds like that's what you're planning on doing. Okay. It's something like that, like multiple, Fuentes is a glowy. I think that's a distinct possibility that he's he's an edgelord. National divorce can be peaceful. Tech setup. They should be looking into AOC's delegates suffering in her district, and she hasn't given a rat's patootie. Yeah. You like Tucker a whole lot more since he's out on his own? Yeah. You thought the comments would be about H-1B. I'm not satisfied with perspective on that issue. I'm not satisfied with. I don't like Trump's takes. That's another thing. Like Trump's takes on the H-1Bs, foot controls, extra mouse. Sounds good. Tucker only presses the people he wants to embarrass, but velvet gloves the ones who he agrees with. Hey, Fran VT, what's up, Queen? How you doing? Oh yeah. So Trump says the Democrats are trying to bring up the Epstein hoax again to deflect from how badly they're going to shut down. And the Democrats are trying to bring up the Jeffrey Epstein hoax again because they'll do anything to deflect on how badly they've gone on the shutdown. And many other subjects. Only a very bad or stupid Republican would fall into that trap. Democrats cost our country $1.5 trillion with the recent antics of viciously closing the countries while at the same time putting many at risk. And they should pay a fair price. Should be no deflections to Epstein or anything else. And Republicans involved should be focused only on opening up our country and fixing the massive damage caused by the Democrats. Zoom, pan, whatever. Tucker should have went Ted Cruz on Nick Fuentes. Ted ain't that bad of a guy. I gotta push back a little bit because I thought Ted Cruz overreacted And that's what it was. It was like Ted Cruz went at Tucker, kind of basically calling him an anti-Semite or something, and so Tucker went back at him. I mean, this immediate calling people anti-Semites has to stop. That's the new, like, basically the same thing the left does for so long, saying you're a racist or calling us all Nazis, and now it's our calling people anti-Semites. It's just like, oh, you're an anti-Semite. Like I saw a piece of the Ben Shapiro on with Megyn Kelly when he's basically saying that that about Tucker is an anti-Semite because he didn't he didn't push back hard enough or something about he said that he didn't think because he said he didn't think Mandami was an anti-Semite, so that made Tucker an anti-Semite. It's like, what happened to the facts don't care about your feelings and stuff like that, I mean, like, that's not, someone has to, like, this guilt by association shit is really fucked up and it has to stop. You can't, just because you talk to somebody does not, just because you talk to somebody does not make you, have to take on all their viewpoints. And basically any of their crimes are now your crimes. Like ALX says, it's all so pathetic. So did Oversight Dems not know that the unredacted version is publicly available, or did they just figure their base is too retarded to care? Yeah. Democrats intentionally redacted the name of the victim in the Epstein emails they released. The unredacted version shows that it's Virginia Giuffre, or Guthrie, whatever, Guthrie. So they went and did this, like, you want to realize, Bark, Virginia spent hours at my house with him. He's never once been mentioned. I'm 75% there. But there's also, like they thought, at Mar-a-Lago, my dad and him, I wouldn't say they were friends, but my dad knew him and they would talk all the time. Well, not all the time, but then when they saw each other. Have you ever been in Donald Trump and Jeffrey's presence with one another? No. What is the base of your statement that Donald Trump is a good friend of Jeffrey's? Jeffrey told me that Trump is a good friend of his. Oh, okay. So, and this is like Jeffrey Epstein from Michael Wolff. I think she'll let him hang himself. He says he hasn't been on the plane or to the house. Then that gives you valuable PR and political currency. You can hang him in a way that potentially generates a positive benefit for you. If it really looks like he could win, you could save him generating a debt. Of course, it's possible that when asked, he'll say Jeffrey's a great guy. He's gotten a raw deal and is a victim of political correctness, which is to be outlawed in a Trump regime. Well, if you were able to craft an answer, what do you think it would be? These emails are Michael Wolff, the scumbag author that wrote all these shitty books about Trump, and Jeffrey Epstein talking and trying to come up and brainstorm about this is not evidence of any fucking thing. And their bases are retarded. Abort our own children, import hostile immigrants, disarm ourselves. Yeah, that's what they do. Like the, what's it say? Nazi, Israel, moose knuckle, camel toe, same thing. I see you. I hear you. I agree with you, Jim. So many ignorant people are talking shit, getting tired of it. Yeah. The pearl clutching is strong with the chosen ones as it is. Yeah. Ted Cruz called J6 protesters terrorists. Facts, Jim. Yeah. Yeah. Anyone. Sunshine says, hi, Jim and Bella. So share so early. Thanks, everyone. Well, that was Audra. Audra did the whole slap down 25 and say, give me a Bella. Mm-hmm. And, I forgot. So we've been going a half hour and I didn't even do the spiel. So this is Movember November. We're really going to try to push to get the membership up. So if you thought about maybe becoming a member on YouTube or Rumble, or gifting some memberships on YouTube or Rumble, that would be greatly appreciated for Movember November. We want more members in November, and also for every $75 that comes into the show across PayPal, Cash App, YouTube, Super Chats, Rumble Rants, gifted memberships on both, locals, coins, you name it. I'll add an hour to the show, and we already got Bellavision, so I don't have to talk about that. But that's done for the evening already. And then we are currently, I believe we are currently $45 away from the first additional hour. Yeah, so. All right. So why did the Democrats cover up the name that the estate didn't redact any redacted documents provided to the committee? It's because the victim, Gouffre, publicly said she never witnessed wrongdoing by President Trump. Democrats are trying to create a fake narrative to slander President Trump. Shame on them. Because here they go, oh, look, we're going to do this. Just put victim and say Trump did something. In Ted's defense, he also called for the audit, which only he and Josh Hawley stood up for in 2020. Yeah, November. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But there's been some interesting things about this. And here's Rich Barris. He's going to be on with Joe tomorrow, so hopefully he gets asked these questions. He's like, it's all true. Remember when Adam Schiff fabricated the transcript in his opening line in the impeachment? And the New York Times actually edited together hundreds of words to make it look like a real narrative and put it on their front page. Are Republicans ever going to stop assuming facts are a rebuttal? Yeah, because you can rebut them and then it really doesn't matter. This shows that the Dems are desperate. They have nothing. Yeah, they don't. Yeah, he says, no, they're too stupid. However, we're the ones that are most stupid because we keep putting up the same ones in over and over again that created the problem and expect them to solve the problem. We gripe about term limits, but we already have term limits. It's called voting. Hey, Spuds, what's up, man? What's up? Nice to see you. Yes, if anyone here, I forgot, please hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please subscribe. We've been doing really good on the membership, on subscriptions. We're at 1637 right now, 1637 subs. So, keep that moving. Keep it going. I made a site to share Northern Light photos. Feel free to upload or view. It's at appkalulu.com. Well, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, they've been talking for weeks about using Epstein. Yeah. They've been planning it all along. They were trying to push this thing, and then, And Alex Jones says, breaking analysis, Congress released cherry-picked emails from Epstein files to falsely incriminate Trump in sexual abuse of young girls. Alex Jones lays out the facts. I mean, Alex Jones is going to talk really, for a long time. We're not going to play the whole thing. I'm going to speed it up, too.
Dun, dun, dun. Jeffrey Epstein alleged emails that Trump knew of his conduct. Epstein emails claim Trump knew about the girl, spent hours with the victim. And we've got the emails, and we're going to go over.
Wow, look at that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Spuds. Spuds gifted one gifted membership, and that gifted membership went to Howie Brown. Howie Brown got a gifted membership from Spuds. Thank you so much, Spuds. And with that gifted membership, we are now just $39 away from the first additional hour. Slowing down the video is funnier? Okay, really?
All of it. And it just so happens that this is not easily disproven, what they're trying to imply. It's absolutely pathetically easy.
Wow, Alex is hammered drunk. No, let's beat it up.
Because we know every angle of this from the victims, from their lawyers, from everything. And then when you see what they imply, spent hours with the victims, knew, and called the police and kicked him out of the club because the two victims worked at Mar-a-Lago. And he got pissed because Epstein was poaching him. And when you actually read all the quotes, Epstein tells Wolf that's trying to write the hit piece, no, he's the one to drop the dime on me, no. Yeah, he knew about it, and he was upset, and his wife was upset. Oh, and we learned Melania was pissed. I mean, imagine you live somewhere with your wife and a bunch of other people at a resort. It's like the Love Boat or something. I mean, you see what these dudes are doing, and, Mama Bear's like, And so, never went to Zorro Ranch, never went to the Caribbean, none of it, like Bill Clinton and all the rest of them. That said, though, Trump has been covering up for the bad guys. There's no doubt about that. Now, obviously, most of the real stuff's been destroyed and disappeared by the Democrats and Comey and all of them that control the file. And we have a big developments on that front. It's come out in court that Maureen Comey, the daughter that ran the Epstein cover-up in the Southern District of New York, she came to Epstein and said, we'll drop the new charges. Just say you saw Trump screw girls. But it didn't happen. It wasn't real. So that's where we are. And so when you hear the file, the list, there's all sorts of court cases, all sorts of lawsuits. terabytes of videos that have been disappeared. They've changed their story. There's definitely a cover-up. Should I even defend Trump on this? I'm asking myself that right now. Because he's not involved with these underage girls. Days of evidence to even cover. And the new stuff they brought out, that's the top story ever. Oh, God, he's caught red-handed. And you read it, and I already know the backstory. It's exculpatory. It makes Trump look good.
Okay.
Because it's what happened.
Yeah. So we're gonna talk about it. We're not gonna watch Alex Jones a bunch of it. I like Alex Jones. He won't ever. That's one good thing about Alex Jones. You can watch anything from Alex Jones. He'll never strike anybody. He does not copyright claim anything. Like you could play his documentaries. Like we watched his documentary. He's got a great documentary on 9/11 that I watched. It's fascinating. No problems. Zero problems. No hits. No nothing. No questions. So, emails released by the House. This guy looks like Epstein. Look at him. Released by the House Oversight Committee, Democrats, show Jeffrey Epstein saying Lord Peter Mandelson was right to tell him to stay away from former Prince Andrew. It says, Audra, I read Epstein was coming on to the daughter of one of his friends and he kicked him out. Who knows if that's true, though. I think something happened where there was somebody who worked there that he poached or something. So. For disgraced former Prince Andrew to learn his friends despise him was yet another bitter pill to swallow. Democrats in the House Oversight Committee, participating in a review of Epstein investigation, prosecution continued to try to will into existence damaging information against President Trump. They're trying to will it into existence. They attempt by a selective. Choosy wants to know, does Alex Jones bother to mention that the mathematical probability that Epstein is still alive? Does he ever mention the Order of Malta immunity? No, he does not. I don't know. Alex Jones mentions a lot of stuff, man. So, I don't know. Like, I don't know. I did see some pictures where it didn't look like the ears were right on Epstein. You know, like his ears and then the ears on a dead body. They didn't look like the same ears, but I don't know. Maybe he had some kind of surgery. I don't know. Around the world, journalists and analysts are starting to dig into the treasure trove that came up with new chapters in the never-ending soap opera of the Epstein sex trafficking ring. Amazing disgrace, as I subscribe to nearly 1,000 YouTube channels. Does that make me a bot in the eyes of a creator? No. I mean, I am subscribed to a lot of YouTube channels, but what happens is if you don't watch the YouTube channels, often enough, eventually YouTube unsubscribes you. They'll take you off. And then you won't get them in your feed. You'll have to go, if you don't watch a channel for a long time, you got to go find it in your feed if you want to look for it. And we'll say another interesting fact about Alex Jones that anytime he comes through YouTube, like Dr. Drew Big Brother coincidentally has me hidden from all the chat. Okay. Link to the whole batch 7. One of the first stories out of the docked up is another big humiliation to former Prince Andrew Mountbatten Windsor, as an email reveals that Epstein told Lord Peter Mandelson, "You were right about staying away from Andrew." According to documents first seen, Epstein emailed Mandelson 2 weeks after his birthday in 2016, writing, 63 years old, you made it. Just I haven't decided to extend my life by spending more of it in the U.S. Epstein replied, in the Donald's White House, you were right about staying away from Andrew. This could just be Epstein trying to curry favor with people, though. This doesn't necessarily mean he actually meant any of this stuff. Another piece of news taken from the emails in 2011, Epstein admitted that the photo of Andrew with Virginia Guffrey was real. Yes, she was on my plane, and yes, she had her picture taken with Andrew, as many of my employees have. There's pictures of her giving Bill Clinton a massage. Why is this just ignored? So, much expect to come out in the next dump. Quoting George Gaiman, a 50-year mortgage is the worst idea possible. It only causes home prices to go up higher. Yeah, it would. And then The Hill says Trump warns GOP against engaging with Democrats. Epstein op. Trap.
For a long time. If Donald Trump was in any of the files, the Democrats, Joe Biden, all of them would have released it a long time ago. It's a bunch of gibberish for people to think otherwise. The Democrat Party hates Donald Trump with a passion. That's why they created the shutdown. If Donald Trump would say that he hated oxygen, they would stop breathing. I've been focused on making sure we open up government, not worried about Epstein files as someone who's been dead for several years.
The question that it raises is why do they release it today, on the day that they lost this whole discussion about shutting the government down? They're trying to distract again. This is what the Democrats are very good at. They want to focus on Jeffrey Epstein rather than focusing on the American people. And so if they would focus more on the American people, I think they would win. And the fact that they released those files today takes away from the fact that we're going to open the government back up and let the people get back to their normal lives.
I think that the American people deserve clarity on this issue. I think they're going to get it, right? I mean, the votes are there for the discharge petition, and I don't think that that's we're going to find out here very, very soon.
Are you going to vote for it?
I would likely not vote for the discharge petition, but I just don't think that's the right procedural way to go about it. I also have very serious concerns. Look, we had about 12 victims of Jeffrey Epstein and that kind of cobble that exists around them that, very clearly want all of the files to come out. The problem is there's 1,000 victims here. And there was 990 that weren't standing out there because they actually don't want these files released, because this is a part of their lives. It's very embarrassing to them. They don't want their dirty laundry drugged through the mud. They don't want their name drugged through the public sphere. And you've got to balance that. What do the victims want with how do we ultimately get to justice and clarity for the American people? We think that we have a proper procedure for that going through the oversight and judiciary committees right now. But we'll see where it goes on the discharge petition. But if that discharge petition ends up going through, I would likely vote to release.
I think we need to get that information out. I think transparency is important. Exactly what the mechanism is, the right mechanism, is, a subject of debate. I'm going to need to look at that specific bill again. I've heard some concerns that it might be citing the wrong law, or that it might not provide adequate protections for the individuals, for the victims. I'm going to have to see that and check, but certainly as a fundamental matter, I think we need to get this information out.
That's awesome. That sounds good to me. That's awesome. Sounds awesome to me. Sounds awesome to me. So President Trump warned Republicans against engaging with the latest round of documents. I'm sorry, Diamond G, I had that up there for long. Because I have been negatively affected in my life, but by other people's choices, I think is what it's supposed to be. But it's too bad, but I will not go quietly into the night. No, never. Never. Oh my God, get to the point. Sorry. There's a tidal wave of distraction for both sides. Yes, there is. Yes, there is. Be careful. Clintonitis is always fatal. Yes, that is life. Just keep moving forward, mm-hmm. And they included emails in which the sex offender referenced Trump. The Democrats are trying to bring up Epstein, the hoax again, because they'll do anything to deflect from how badly they've gone. Oh, only very bad or stupid Republicans would fall into the trap. I agree. That's what I agree with. House Oversight and Reform Committee Democrats released 3 email exchanges from Epstein where he corresponded with Ghislaine Maxwell, as well as a columnist and author, Michael Wolff, which Michael Wolff, I believe, wasn't there a lawsuit going on between him and Melania Trump for $1 billion or something? The White House accused Democrats of selectively leaking the emails. Trump's post admonishing Republicans also comes with his allies have attempted to dissuade GOP lawmakers from signing on to the discharge position that would force a vote on the bill to release the files. I don't even know. Here's the thing. I don't know that this discharge petition to release the files, I don't know if that actually is going to work. I don't know if it actually works that way. That the House could just decide that they're going to make stuff public. It seems like it's not up to them. If there's a law that stuff has to stay private, they can't just decide, we want to make this public. That's my opinion. I don't think that that's how the law works. Hey, Trumpinator's here. What's up, buddy? Yo, everyone. So great to see you. Neurodivergent one is here, too. This is Happy Hump Day, everyone. That's right. Happy Hump Day, everyone. Yes. Mm-hmm. 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 Let's see what's the next thing here. Then we got the National Review. Just says Democrats claim new emails. Oh, what's this from Diamond G? I want to win. Win. Let's fucking go, USA. 247. Awesome. Thank you so much. That is any word on the 2K checks going out? That's a big deal. That's I don't think that's something Trump can do on his own. I think there'd have to be legislation with that. That's what I think. I think there would have to be legislation with that. I don't think it's something he can just do on his own. You know, I think that's something that that he need to think. But thank you so much, Diamond G. And with that, I'm going to round it to 250 because you know, I'm not the, or maybe not. Let's see here. So that would be 37, 36.50, 36.53. There we go. I'll be a. Trump Nader says, Jim, if I get a $2,000 check, I'm giving you 10%. I appreciate it, but you know, I think I don't want another inflationary $2,000 check. It seems that would be inflationary. It would be a problem. Anytime the government starts passing out money, I would prefer, in all honesty, I mean, I know some people could probably really use the money and really enjoy it, but if everybody gets a $2,000 check, everything's going to go up in prices because that's how supply and demand works. Wouldn't it be better for them to take that money and pay some debt off? Pay the debt down, with the billions. Yeah, those $2,000 checks are a mistake, in my opinion. I would rather them pay the debt down. I would like to see the U.S. debt stop growing and start declining. That's what needs to happen. We can't just keep adding 2 trillion, because then it's going to be 3 trillion, 4 trillion, 5 trillion a year. And then, and then we're screwed. The $2,000 check has tariff issues. If the court cancels the tariffs, the check is gone. Yeah. Use it on the debt. Can we audit the debt? Honestly, I mean, my personal opinion is I think we're never going to pay that debt off. I think eventually we're going to go bankrupt. We're going to default on stuff, and it's going to cause a major problem. It's going to cause a major disruption in the country because it's one of these things that if we don't get it under control, it's going to be an issue. Yeah, I would rather $2,000 tax credit. This way you remove fraud, and if you cheat, the IRS can go after you. That's not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. See, that's what they call. See, I just want to point this out. That's what they call the subsidies that people get for Obamacare. They call them tax credits, but they're not like an actual tax credit where you get them when you do your taxes. It's all taken care of like through the insurance companies, and that's why that's why there's a lot of fraud and stuff with that too. And what do you mean, Jim? Why such a downer tonight? I'm not a downer tonight. Do I seem like I'm a downer tonight? Yeah. Who do we owe the money? We owe a lot of people. A lot of the debt is actually held. A lot of the debt is actually held by the Fed and held by Americans who buy bonds and stuff and bond traders. I mean, it's probably about half the money is probably held by foreign governments. Like China, Japan, Germany. Different countries own parts of the debt, but a lot of it's owned by Americans. Hold the debt. Because any bonds. They sell bonds. That's where the money comes from. The debts is U.S. bonds, and not like the bonds like you get like the 100. Those bonds too. Those you go to the store and you get the bond, savings bond. But no, we're talking like big T-bills and stuff like that, Treasury bills and stuff. Those are Treasury bonds. Money will be worthless. It will be a tax deduction if anything. Is it a real number? The debt? I don't know. It's probably a lot higher if they really started cranking into it and looking at it. It's probably a lot more. He says he'll do both from the tariff money. Well, that's the problem too. Like if you take $2,000, all right. If you just took, say, 200 million people and gave them $1,000, that's $2 trillion. So they're not collecting that much money. I am in such a dark pill place that I make Jim and the black pills look like a burning star of magnesium. Gundam Zig, that's what I like about you, man. And I like your Romero. Mm-hmm. James Bonds, yes. 37. I think it's 38 trillion right now. The debt's actually 38 trillion. National debt will cause housing's crash and worse in blue states. Trump has debt worse, but Biden and men put the nail in the coffin with the hopes of paying it off. Yeah, we'll see. So Democrats claim the new emails raise questions about Trump's ties to Epstein's. Republicans say they're cherry picked because they are. House Democrats released emails on Wednesday, which they claim raise questions about President Trump's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Yes, and they cherry picked 3 emails out of 20,000 and turned them over to the committee by Epstein's estate to smear the president. Yeah. The 3 partially redacted emails released by Democrats suggest Epstein believed Trump knew more about his crimes than Trump has publicly acknowledged, though the lack of context around the emails makes it difficult to draw any conclusions. In one email sent to Officer Michael Wolff in 2019, Epstein wrote, of course, Trump knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. Trump had previously said he parted ways with Epstein after learning Epstein and Maxwell were poaching girls from Mar-a-Lago. Maybe he asked him to stop poaching girls from Mar-a-Lago. I mean, what are we talking about here? In another email sent in 2011 to his partner in crime, Epstein wrote that Trump had spent hours at my house with one of the victims whose name was redacted. I want you to realize that the dog hasn't barked. It's Trump. And the disgraced financier wrote, aiding that the unnamed victim spent hours at the house with him. The victim was named. The victim was Ghislaine, or what's her name? Gouffre, Virginia Gouffre. And I've been thinking about that. Democrats claim the emails constitute further evidence that Trump has something to hide. The more Trump tries to cover up the Epstein files, the more we uncover. You know, Trump should just let it all out, man. Just put it all out there. And so look at Bill Clinton was fucking girls, underage kids. There you go. Bill Clinton. Go get Bill Clinton. See how the Democrats like that. These latest emails raise glaring questions about what else the White House is hiding, says Garcia. Yeah. An unredacted version shows that the victim was Virginia Gouffre, one of the most prominent accusers who was introduced to the pedophile while working at Mar-a-Lago. Gouffre said in 2016 deposition that she never witnessed Trump participate in any wrongdoing in connection to Epstein. Gouffre also claimed that while she had heard Trump had visited Epstein's house in Palm Beach, she had never seen him in the house, a statement that contradicts the contents of Epstein's email, claiming they had spent hours at his home. The Democrats selectively leaked the emails to liberal media to create a fake narrative to smear President Trump. The victim referenced in the emails was the late Virginia Gouffre, who repeatedly said Trump was not involved in any wrongdoing whatsoever. It couldn't have been friendlier to her in the limited interactions. The White House Press Secretary Karen Levin said in a statement, the fact remains that President Trump kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of his club decades ago for being a creep to female employees, including Gouffre. Gouffre committed suicide earlier this year after spending years fighting for accountability for all involved in Epstein's activities. Yes. Don't forget to pour one out for our homie, the U.S. Penny, last minute today, and Nakadai Tatsui. Why don't we talk about the fact that we spend over $2 trillion a year more than we take into taxes? Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, Plan B is World War III, probably. Yeah, Plan B, wipe the slate clean. It could be. Gouffre committed suicide earlier this. Wait a minute. I didn't think she committed suicide. I thought she got hit by a car or something and then died. What are they talking about? Didn't she get like an accident, a car or a truck hit her, and then she died of injuries? Now they're saying it was a suicide? A spokesperson for the committee accused Democrats of cherry picking the documents. Yeah, Democrats continue to cherry pick documents. Epstein has produced, the Epstein estates produced 20,000 pages of documents. No, it was the sewer slide. The left is running scared, but Trump's actually doing what he said he's going to do. You thought you heard suicide? I swore, because I remember she was like in the hospital, wasn't she? And all beaten, like all bruised and beaten up in the hospital? Hold on. Yeah, she was hit by a school bus. in April and was hospitalized. All right. But then they're saying she committed suicide. So I don't know. Maybe she did. Maybe she didn't. I don't know. The Oversight Committee subsequently released documents from Epstein's estate, including an unredacted email with Giuffre's name mentioned. The end came while she was in the hospital. Hillary went to see her. She got hit by a bus or a car. A couple weeks later, she self-deleted purportedly. That's what I thought. Hit by a bus in Australia. I swear that's what I remembered. But then how many mods do I have in the chat? Chat is solid blue. I have quite a few mods because, some of the mods are people whose chats get shadow banned a lot by YouTube. So I gave them mod status to try and counteract that. It works, sort of. And other people, I get mod status because I like them and I make them mods. And, I don't know. I would make everybody a mod, but I have 47 mods. I don't think I have 47 mods, but anyway, she dead. Yeah. She falsely claimed to be in kidney failure. A few weeks later, died suicide by a lawyer and father, but she said she was going to die. Yeah, it's weird, right? They couldn't find an accident report for the bus. James Bong is a fellow Yank who likes to hang out with English people. That's funny because when I was in my younger days, like in my 20s, I used to have like a 6 foot, not 6 foot, like 3 foot, 4 foot glass bong. And I would be like, Bong, James Bong. And I would smoke it. Anyway, but the best mods in town, the best damn chicken in the state, the Black Dahlia. Yep. So documents released come hours before Mike Johnson is set to swear in Representative Adelita Gravalia. I like that coffee, Gravalia coffee. Gravalia, whom Johnson has avoided seating. No, because they closed the Senate. That's why. Mm-hmm. So the White House is frustrated with Republicans who have supported the petition. It's saying the Trump's administration's decision not to release the federal government's Epstein files. They went to the court and asked for permission to release the files, and we were told no. They were told no. So I don't understand why they keep wording it like this. And this is National Review. There's still never Trumpers over there. She thought to be a pathological, narcissistic liar who self-destructed. Yeah, and I'm not in any way, shape, or form denying that she was a victim of anything, but anyone ever think it's possible? She changed her stories on a bunch of stuff a bunch of times. She accused, what's his face? She accused that lawyer, Alan Dershowitz, and then immediately walked it back when he got had proof that there's no way I could have been there. She said she saw him at a certain time, and he's like, I was nowhere, proof I wasn't there or whatever. And so 95% of all reports are poor at best. Teenage Wasteland. Yeah. Baba O'Reilly. Oops, wrong. Ops, wrong. Oh. Giuliani. The committee is investigating Epstein's sex trafficking activities. And one of those documents, a cryptid 2003 birthday letter Trump wrote to Epstein for the letters. See, why don't they say allegedly wrote? It's never been proven Trump wrote this letter. They're just trying to say, this is National Review still is TDS, never Trumpers. Mystery letter written in an outline of a woman's body was part of a birthday book. Trump claims the letter is fake and is suing the Wall Street Journal for breaking news of existence. Oh. But see, you just said here, so I would sue National Review too, because it said one of the documents is a birthday letter Trump wrote to Epstein, not allegedly wrote. Yeah, Trump didn't write it. Trump, sue National Review too. Fuck them. Mm-hmm. And the Trump administration affirmed the conclusion that Epstein died from suicide and dismissed the possibility Epstein had a client list. Maxwell was convicted on federal sex trafficking charges in 2021 and is currently serving a 20-year prison sentence. The Trump administration moved her to a lower security prison after she conducted an interview. Maxwell fawned over Trump in the interview and says she angles for a pardon. Supreme Court rejected her request last month of her conviction to be thrown out. She might be a scumbag. All right. She might deserve to be in prison. But I do think that what happened with the government made a deal with Epstein, and that deal shielded her, and allowing them to go back on it the way they did and to do what they did and say, well, we aren't honoring what the federal government doesn't honor what the federal government said. The letter was typed. Oh yeah, Trump types letters all the time. Trump writes everything in hand, usually in marker. So I don't think for the legal system, being fair and being correct in the way it's supposed to work, I don't think they should have been able to prosecute her because I think she had immunity. She should probably get the wood chipper, but it's not the way the government's supposed to have rules, and there's the rules to the thing, and to keep them honest and keep them from screwing around. And we keep letting them bend the rules. Eventually, they're going to turn around and bend the rules and use them against us. Just the normal people. Trump has a cool signature. Yeah. So, and then this is interesting. You got this. Yeah, truly a bizarre thing is happening. AP released a piece on Epstein emails that dropped, but the writer does everything in their power to exonerate Trump from the implications. I've never seen that before from a corporate press article. Yes. Yeah. Maybe they're finally doing their jobs because they know Trump will destroy them if they lie about him. I don't think they know this, and he can't destroy them really anyway. Yeah. It said the AP is government funded. It is not. I remember when Trump knew Epstein, he was a businessman on Wall Street. I also remember Trump throwing him out of Mar-a-Lago and ending his membership at the golf course. I read the document accusations. That's all it was. They're blaming Trump on what-if basis. As usual, no proof, just a bunch of conjecture. I'm not going to exonerate Trump, but these emails were bullshit. They show Trump kicking Epstein out once he figured out and spending hours with Giuffre, who said Trump did nothing wrong. And that, of course, axed her name for no apparent reason to muddle what they said. Epstein saying that Trump is the dog that didn't bark in no way exonerates him. He was clearly aware of what's going on. Oh, look at this. Prague the alien. Oh, there you go. Yeah. So now they're taking Jeffrey Epstein's words. So Epstein email says Trump knew about the girls, as White House calls its release a Democrat smear. I think I actually have. Let me look and see. I thought I had a video for this. Let me look. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. We're going to play this real quick. Here it is on a PBD podcast pointing out that Epstein was at war with Trump because he thought Trump was the one who went to the police about his crimes. This is Michael Wolff, if I'm not mistaken. This is Michael Wolff, the guy.
He's threatened to sue him, even though they're friends. He's threatened to sue him over this deal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. As I say, rich men break down over real estate disputes. At any rate, at that point, Epstein's legal problems began. The police began to investigate him over allegations that he was that there were underage women coming to his house. Epstein believed that it was Trump who first informed the police about what was going on at Epstein's house. And from that point on, they were nothing but bitter enemies.
And this is what he's telling you. This is one of the instances of what he's telling you. That the following
yes,
happened.
So if Trump told the cops and Trump was the informant, there's been a lot of people that have made that claim that Trump was basically like the person who said, no, this guy's up to no good. Someone needs to do something about it. Why would anyone that was, you know what I mean? Like what? So if they were involved, that information would come out during all the investigations and stuff. Obviously he wasn't involved.
That is the version of this related by Epstein.
Oh, so according to Epstein, Trump was the one who went after him. I thought there was another video. Let me look for it. I thought I had another video here of. This is a good video. Oh, hold on. Oh, you want to see this is what it looked like today when the solar flares hit. Look. Watch, this is a magnetic field, and this is the sun stuff coming around here, and then watch, boom, look what it did. Like, wow, man, it really blasted us good. Here's another email that they didn't, for whatever reason, the Democrats didn't release. But where is it? I swear, this guy got deported. Mike Johnson confirms there'll be a vote. Here it is. Carolyn Levitt fires back at this reporter who suggests Trump committed sex crimes with an Epstein victim. Did the president ever spend hours at Epstein's house? The question clearly struck a nerve with Levitt. She fired back with a forceful rebuttal. These emails prove absolutely nothing, other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And President Trump has always said that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member of Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. In the email referred to, the name of the victim was unredacted now, and she's since been reported in this room. So I'll go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Waja, that recently wrote that Giuffre's maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed with President Trump. She was always extremely professional. Mm-hmm. And I think you should be worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should go after them after this briefing. Why did they choose to redact the name of a victim was already publicly made statements about the relationship? Yes. Yeah.
Did the president ever spend hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Ouija, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements about her relationship with Jeffrey Epstein and is unfortunately no longer with us.
Wow, that's interesting, isn't it? Very, very, very interesting. Yes. So here's the emails. And then when we get into some shutdown stuff, there's another funny thing. There's a video that I was going to maybe put at the beginning where the Democrats go, no, when a couple Democrats voted to open the government. So Jeffrey Epstein wrote in a 2019 email to a journalist that Trump knew about the girls, according to documents made public. Maybe that's why Trump went to the cops. If he knew about the girls, he went and reported it to the cops. But what he knew and whether it pertained to sex offenders' crimes is unclear. The White House quickly accused Democrats of selectively leaking. Democrats on the Oversight Committee released 3 emails referencing Trump, and that which told confidant Ghislaine Maxwell Trump had spent hours at Epstein's house with a sex trafficking victim. Huh. If Trump was in the files in any meaningful way, Biden would have released that shit long ago. Yeah, the Democrats would have. Hillary Clinton would have released it in 2016 unless they didn't want to touch it because of Bill's involvement, but they would have used it. Disclosures seem designed to raise new questions about Trump's friendship and why the knowledge he may have had regarding what prosecutors call a years-long effort by Epstein to exploit underage girls. A Republican businessman turned politician had consistently denied any knowledge of his crimes and said they ended the relationship years ago. The version of the 2011 email released by Democrats retracted the name of the victim, but Republicans on the committee later said it was Virginia Giuffre, who accused Epstein of arranging for her to have sexual encounters with a number of rich, powerful friends. Epstein took his own life in a New York jail in 2019 while awaiting trial on federal charges. The emails were made public on Wednesday as part of a batch of 23,000 documents provided by Epstein's estate to the Oversight Committee. Giuffre, who died earlier this year, long insisted Trump was not among the men who had victimized her. In a court deposition, she said under oath that she didn't believe Trump had any knowledge of Epstein's misconduct with underage girls. And in her recently released memoir, she described meeting Trump only once when she worked as a spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago in Palm Beach and did not accuse him of any wrongdoing. Giuffre wrote that she was introduced to Trump by her father, who also worked at the club. She describes Trump as friendly and said he offered to get her babysitting jobs with parents at the club. Trump couldn't have been more friendlier. Other members of Epstein's household staff also said in sworn depositions that while Trump did stop by Epstein's house, they did not see him engage in any inappropriate conduct. The Republicans say emails released to tarnish Trump. The White House spokeswoman, Carolyn Levitt, said the Democrats selectively leaked emails to create a false narrative about Trump. Trump, writing on True Social, said the Democrats are trying to bring up the Epstein hoax again. There should be no deflections to Epstein or anything else, and any Republicans involved should be focused on opening up our country and fixing the massive damage caused by Democrats. In July, Trump said he had banned Epstein from Mar-a-Lago because his one-time friend was taking people who worked for me, including Guthrie, the women he said were taken out of the spa hired by him. In other words, gone. And I said, listen, we don't want you taking our people. Trump asked if Guthrie was one of the employees poached by Epstein. The president demurred and said Epstein stole her. Shortly after Democrats released the Trump-related emails, committee Republicans countered by disclosing that there was an additional 20,000 pages of documents from Epstein's estate. Among them were a trove of emails written over several years by Epstein, including many where he commented often unfavorably on Trump's rise in politics and corresponded with journalists. Emails revived questions about his relationship. The release resurfaces a story that had shadowed Trump's presidency during the summer when the FBI and Justice Department abruptly announced they would not be releasing additional documents that the investigators had spent weeks examining, disappointing some conspiracy theorists and online sleuths who've been expecting to see new revelations. GMAX. That was her name. GMAX1 at lmax.com. Hmm. 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 In a 2019 email to journalist Michael Wolff, who has written extensively about Trump, Epstein wrote of Trump, of course, he knew about the girls as he asked Ghislaine to stop. Stop what? What are they talking? Stop poaching? I mean, this is a thing where they're twisting things up. Asked him to stop taking people from his club, stop coming and poaching people from the club. In 2011 email to Maxwell, a former Epstein girlfriend now in prison for conspiring to engage in sex trafficking. I want you to realize that the dog hasn't barked. It's Trump. Virginia spent many hours at my house with him. He's never once mentioned, police chief, etc. I'm 75% there. So what he's implying there, if you read through the lines, is Epstein is implying that Trump went to the cops on him, that I'm 75% there. That was a Trump. He's never been mentioned. Nobody ever said anything. Oh, so it was Trump that turned him in. I've been thinking about that too. That was it Trump that turned him in? Oh. Levitt said that the person referenced in the emails is Guthrie, who accused Britain's then Prince Andrew and other influential men of exploiting her. Andrew, who was recently stripped of his titles and evicted from his royal residence by King Charles III after weeks of pressure to act over his relationship with Epstein, has rejected Guthrie's allegations and said he didn't recall meeting her. It wasn't clear that Epstein meant by saying Trump was a dog that hadn't barked, but both he and Maxwell in correspondence accused Guthrie of fabricating stories about her supposed sexual interactions with famous men. Levitt said in a statement that Guthrie had repeatedly said President Trump was not involved. Okay. The fact remains that Trump kicked Epstein out of his club years and decades ago for being a creep. These stories are nothing more than bad faith efforts to distract from President Trump's historic accomplishments. How do I feel? Vanilla Grill says, how do I feel about the BS provisions the Senate added to the CR like the hemp ban? I'm pissed. I'm pissed about that. Completely pissed. It's bullshit. It was supposed to be a clean CR, not all this other shit. You know, and they shouldn't have wrote in a provision that allows some Republican, senators to sue and get paid $500,000. Like basically, they just gave themselves all $500,000. That's bullshit. Yeah. You just watched Trump sign a bill that shutdown cost the U.S. $1.5 trillion. Wow. Messages seeking comment were left with Wolff and Maxwell's attorney David Marcus and representatives for the Guthrie family. Maxwell's interview with the Justice Department. Maxwell interviewed in July by the Justice Department's second in command repeatedly denied witnessing any sexually inappropriate interactions involving Trump. Wasn't there some files that Hillary and her staff had been shredding? Yes. Tons of files. Yeah. Like, wipe it? Like with a cloth? What do you mean I wiped the server? Like with a cloth, I wiped it off? What do you mean? So, I actually never saw President Trump in any type of massage setting. Maxwell told Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, I never witnessed the president in any inappropriate setting in any way. The president was never inappropriate with anybody. In the times that I was with him, he was a gentleman in all respects. Guthrie came forward publicly after an initial investigation ended in an 18-month Florida jail term for Epstein, made a secret deal to avoid federal prosecution by pleading guilty instead to a relatively minor state-level charges of solicitation and prostitution. He was released in 2009. In subsequent lawsuits, Giuffre said that she was a teenage spa attendant at Mar-a-Lago when she was approached in 2000 by Maxwell. She was approached by Maxwell to go work for Epstein. So maybe that's why Trump said, hey, you have to stop this. Stop trying to poach my spa attendants to come work for you. Lawyers for Maxwell, a British socialite, have argued that she never should have been tried or convicted of her role. She is serving a 20-year prison term, though she was moved to a low-security federal prison in Florida to a minimum-security prison camp in Texas after the Blanche interview. This, you got Brad Edwards, one of the main attorneys for Epstein's abuse survivors, says President Trump is the only person he subpoenaed who gave no indication whatsoever that they were involved with any criminal activity. He was the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know. And it was very helpful with the information he gave. He gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved. Huh.
The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I wanted to talk to them, he is the only person who picked up the phone and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
That was in 2009?
That was in 2009. So,
do you know if there's any truth to James Patterson's claims that Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago?
I've definitely heard that. I definitely heard that, and I don't know that it was Trump himself as opposed to a manager there.
Trump's club, so
yeah,
people credit him.
I've heard the rumor that Epstein was kicked out of there for allegedly trying to pick up somebody's daughter or something like that. But I think I did chase that down as far as I could, and never was able to confirm it. But I heard it.
Here's Brad Edwards, one of the main attorneys for Epstein abuse survivors, including Giuffre and others, saying, no, only Trump over a decade ago helped them when nobody else would. It was Trump originally blew the whistle.
Trump.
Which makes it even more sick now that he's the one calling all the hoax and saying, shut it down.
Trump volunteered.
Because the deals have been made behind the scenes with the deep state, I believe. But it is Trump that banned him from Mar-a-Lago. So that's just the reality. Here's a clip.
One more question on that document, and this goes to the more salacious rumors, but I would like you to just, whatever you can say on it. Obviously, our current president has had relationships with Epstein in the past, and there are those Katie Johnson and maybe other victims who have accused Trump of being involved in things like this. In my experience, Trump supporters will not listen to anything along those lines. Obviously, we're not a court of law here right now, but are those claims of though that case was dropped? It was dropped before it went to court.
Bella's feeling much better, yes.
Opinion as a lawyer and your
Alex looks like
experience, is there
Mr.
anything you
Clean.
can say as to the validity
Shut
of
down
those
costs
claims, or whether or
$1.5
not there'll
trillion.
be any more about that?
Nothing at all. The only thing that I can say about President Trump is that he is the only person who, in 2009, when I served a lot of subpoenas on a lot of people, or at least gave notice to some pretty connected people that I was
Old gossip
that I wanted
says
to
the
talk
victims
to
actually
them.
came across as
He is the
consensual professional
only
call girls,
person
and that's
who
why the
picked
Florida
up the
trial
phone
fizzled out.
and said, let's just talk. I'll give you as much time as you want. I'll tell you what you need to know, and was very helpful in the information that he gave, and gave no indication whatsoever that he was involved in anything untoward whatsoever, but had good information that checked out and that helped us, and that we didn't have to take a deposition of him.
That was in 2009?
That was in 2009. So,
do you know if there's any truth to James Patterson's claims that Trump kicked Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago?
I've definitely heard that. I definitely heard that, and I don't know that it was Trump himself as opposed to a manager there.
Trump's club, so
yeah,
people credit him.
I've heard the rumor that Epstein was kicked out of there for allegedly trying to pick up somebody's daughter or something like that. But I think I did chase that down as far as I could, and never was able to confirm it. But I heard it.
And Epstein told Wolf in the book, no,
Yeah, so and Epstein told Wolf in a book and all this stuff, and then this thing is very interesting, right? And Jeffrey Epstein claims Hillary Clinton had sexual relations with former attorney Vince Foster. So wait, so why didn't the Dems talk about this? That's the guy that Clinton's offed in more ways than one. That's the guy that shot himself twice with a shotgun. Trump directed him to do it. No show, Joe? Tomorrow, no show with Joe tomorrow, Patriot Forever. He's doing a show tomorrow. I talked to him today on the phone. Joe told me he's doing a show with Rich Barris. So I said, go ahead. He doesn't owe me anything. A pistol? Was it a pistol? I thought it was a twice, really? Yeah, it was a pistol. I thought it was a shotgun. Wasn't that the one that the guy, they found the shotgun like 20 feet away in the woods? Wasn't that the guy found in the woods? It was like a weird thing. Maybe I'm wrong. There's a rare occasion and I'm wrong. Let's see. Vince Foster. Oh. So this is why I can show you right now. So it says Vince Foster. So right here, Nussbaum, White House counsel, Hillary doing naughties with Vince from Nussbaum. So Vince Foster. In 93. Good day, mate. All right. There's one other thing here I want to pull. Let me do this before I get to the next story. Oh, here we go. We got this. I knew there was another one I wanted to pull up. Share this tab. Right here, it says CNN reports that according to a 2011 email written by Virginia Free, Bill Clinton had stopped Vanity Fair from writing a sex trafficking article on Epstein. There was zero blood and they didn't find a bullet. Yeah, but didn't they say they found the gun in his hand too, Mark? Is that the one? There was another guy that was a shotgun that they found like in a weird state, but they're saying, from what I just looked online, they're saying they found the pistol in his hand. Most people who shoot themselves in the head with a pistol, like if you talk to anybody that's found them, they never find the gun in their hand. They always find it laying on the ground or somewhere else, because you shoot yourself in the head, you're not hanging on to the gun. You're going to basically, it's going to go out of your hand, is what Raylan Givens taught me on Justified. You can watch the episode on Justified where he says, you shoot the, just to keep the gun, you never find it. You find a gun in a lot of places, but you never in the hand. That's usually somebody stuck it there after the deed was done. Just saying. So exactly, zero politicians cared about the story last year. Zero politicians care now. Here we go. Ready?
New details this morning. Hundreds of new pages have been unsealed in a lawsuit connected to convicted pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. The victim alleges that former President Clinton pressured Vanity Fair not to run a story on Epstein. The pages also shed new light on how Epstein's victims were recruited and what happened to them. CNN's Gene Cesaris joins us now. And Gene, we're talking about 900 pages here, so there's a lot to go through. What new details have come out?
Well, they came out last night, combing through them. And, this all stems from a 2015 civil suit brought by Virginia Giuffre against Ghislaine Maxwell. And Virginia Giuffre had wanted her story to come out. She wanted a book. And so she became very close with a reporter out of Britain. And this reporter was encouraging her to go to the Vanity Fair magazine to have them do an article on it. And here is what, in a newly undisclosed email from 2011, here's what Virginia Giuffre says. She says, considering that B. Clinton walked into VF, Vanity Fair, and threatened them not to write sex trafficking articles about his good friend, J.E., Jeffrey Epstein, so she didn't want to do it.
Oh. Wait, So Bill Clinton, not Trump, not his good friend Trump, his good friend Clinton. Huh? That's interesting, isn't it? Isn't that interesting? Huh? I think there was one more too that I had here. Let me find it. No. Oh, here we go. Here's another good one. Okay. So this is Melanie Stansbury plays the clueless card after CNN, Brianna Kellar, corners her on the alleged Trump-Epstein ties. Stansbury called the newly released emails extraordinarily explosive, claiming they proved Trump was hiding something. And while Kyler revealed that the redacted victim had already been identified, Stansbury backpedaled. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. We don't know. She went on and claimed, it's my understanding that the White House response is they're trying to claim that Virginia Giuffre, and we don't know if that's the case or not. From exposed proof to we don't know in seconds. Why is it so long? Why is it 6 minutes long for that?
Thank you so much for being with us. What are you taking from these emails?
Yeah, I mean, these emails are clearly extraordinarily explosive. They implicate the president, that he not only knew what was happening in Jeffrey Epstein's circle, but that he spent time with at least one, if not multiple, of Jeffrey Epstein's named sex victims, as well as there's discussion in the email that you just cited between Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein about the fact that he had been the dog that didn't bark, and they specifically are talking about the police. So what this implicates is that potentially going back all the way to 2011,
she's sure making a lot of assumptions by this little bit of email saying about the police, about this. No. This is a lie. Everything this woman is saying about, it's about the police, this, and several victims, and spent hours with them. And
Jeffrey Epstein had been investigated for criminal activity, not just in sex trafficking, but also for financial crimes, which we know U.S. Attorney Acosta lied under his deposition about, that Donald Trump was being named by Epstein and by Ghislaine Maxwell as being the dog that didn't bark on them. And so the question is, what did Donald Trump have on them? Was he engaged in these activities? And why is Donald Trump calling Republican members of the House today and yesterday to threaten them to get off of the discharge petition? If he thinks that we should be focused on the reopening the government, then why is he personally calling Republicans and threatening them right now?
So help us understand this, because Democrats redacted Virginia Giuffre's name. And I mean, I have to say, these emails.
It came to us redacted. No, it came to us redacted.
It came to you redacted.
It did not come to them redacted. She's lying.
We don't even know. That is the claim of the White House. So that's something that we should be asking questions about. Yes.
Okay, really interesting. So, and House Republicans came out and mentioned the redaction there. It is of significance that Virginia Giuffre, who was so vocal, right, and was not known for pulling any punches about what happened to her, did not accuse Trump of wrongdoing. And so I want to know kind of what you think of that, because there is this discrepancy. You have Epstein saying this in an email to Maxwell. Maxwell, we know about her in terms of her credibility. She doesn't really have credibility, right, when it comes to being honest. I'd say people have the same questions about Epstein. Giuffre has said that there wasn't wrong. She hasn't claimed wrongdoing with Trump. So how do you kind of square what you're reading in the email with what Virginia Giuffre had said publicly?
Well, first of all, like I just mentioned, we don't know if the White House's claim that redacted name actually is Virginia Giuffre. And maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I think it's convenient that the White House is trying to choose an alibi that they think. And if you read the email, this is private correspondence between Maxwell and Epstein. Why does the White House know at all who Donald Trump was hanging out with at Jeffrey Epstein's house, who was one of the sex trafficking accusers, right? Like, this should be raising every hair on the back of your neck right now. We don't even know that is who is named in this email. Secondly, whether or not Virginia Giuffre has accused the president of wrongdoing, what I'd like to say to the American people is believe your eyes. We have all
believe your eyes. Yeah, believe your eyes. You saw Virginia Giuffre giving Bill Clinton a massage. Believe your eyes. Yes. Believe your eyes. Believe your eyes. Yes, believe your eyes. Was there another one?
Much for being.
Come might be one more here. Let me look. That was that one. That one. This one. Oh, here's this one. Here. This was the last one I wanted to show with this Epstein stuff. So Dan Blondie needs to be fired. Yes, I believe so. Lies and half truths. Yes. Who reports on when reporters ask questions instead of answering them? Yeah. Mm-hmm. Can we Pinochet? Yes, we need some helicopter rides. Yes, we do. He acknowledges each and every one of them. You talk about me? Are you talking about Elon's kids? Is that what you're talking about? Elon, he acknowledges each and every one of them. You're talking about his kids? For someone who wanted to seed the human race, it's strange Epstein has no offspring. Yeah, that is weird, right? It is weird. That is weird. It's time to do another poop meme. No, 10% truth. Yeah. Did I miss anything in chat? Look, all right, so strange exchange here between Epstein and Obama's White House counsel, Catherine Rumler. It's unclear why Epstein wanted Rumler to speak to the boss or who exactly he meant by that. Yeah, who would he be meaning about the boss if he's talking to the White House counsel under Obama? Wouldn't that be Obama? And importance is high from Rumler to Epstein. Doesn't look like you are prioritizing your schedule very effectively. How are you going to manage all of that? This is Unga week, so the boss will be in town too. I'll be here all week. You may get sick of me. Just sat down on a train, so we can't talk freely. On very girls, careful. I will renew an old habit this week. Theo Summers, Bill Burns. So he's like joking about girls. Oh, Leon Magnolia. Look at this. Leon Black, Woody Allen, the Sultan of Dubai, Jabor Qatar. Oh. Everyone here for the climate summit, Clinton, Security Council. Holy shit, I'm on blah, blah, blah for the next 30 minutes. Most girls don't have to worry about this crap. Understood it comes down to high risk reward, low risk reward, professional, emotional, financial. Agreed, I need to prepare to say yes before I talk to him. You need to talk to the boss. Oh. Huh. So he was talking to Obama White House. Look at that. Huh. The real scandal of these emails isn't Trump or Epstein. It's Michael Wolff, a leading journalist coaching a convicted sex offender on how to manipulate a presidential candidate for personal and political gain. That's right. You know. Yes, Wolff is spreading fake information regarding Trump's role in Russia. In his book, Fire and Fury, Wolff quoted Steve Bannon calling Trump Jr.'s 2016 Trump Tower meetings with a Russian lawyer treasonous and unpatriotic, implying serious campaign ties to Russia. However, Bannon later disavowed this as a mischaracterization, stating it's not aimed at Trump Jr. and expressing regret while reaffirming his support for Trump. The White House dismissed the book as containing false and misleading accounts. Trump's lawyers sent a cease and desist, citing untrue statements, and critics like Trump's deputy campaign manager labeled Wolff a fabricator extraordinaire. Fact checks and reports from sources such as NPR, Politico, and Washington Post confirmed the quote's inaccuracy, highlighting Wolff's pattern of disputed reporting. Disputed reporting. Yes. Saw that one. Okay, that was this last one. We did see that one. So I'll go ahead and watch this real quick while we're here. So Democrats begin screeching at each other on the House floor when members of their own party defected and voted to reopen. No! Ready? Let's hear it again. No! No! Wow. Look at them. They can't do it. They do everything like this. Everything they do is just like so manipulative. All right. Mm-hmm. And then you got this. You got the Hakeem Jeffries is losing it on the House floor. The American people will throw Republicans out of their jobs next year. And they'll end the speakership of Donald Trump. Don't you know Trump's the president? He's not the speaker. They sound childish. That was AOC Screech Demon. Yeah, I'm going to miss the sombrero memes. Yes. I thought they'd be happy to see the Republican shutdown ended. Yeah, it's crazy. All the stuff. Hey, nice to see you, Tenenbaugh. It's not all the stuff they're saying about the shutdown yet. It's Democrats voted over a dozen times to shutter the government. Hakeem endorsed pain and suffering. I just don't like this guy. I don't know.
Fight will end. Only two ways, Mr. Speaker, that this fight will end. Either Republicans finally decide to extend the Affordable Care Act tax credits this year, or the American people will throw Republicans out of their jobs next year and end the speakership of Donald J. Trump once and for all. That's how this fight ends.
Wow, let's see that. It's a lot of clapping.
During this painful Trump Republican shutdown.
Oh, the shutdown that they're voting.
What we've seen is two different philosophies in terms of how to govern for the American people. The Democratic Party philosophy is clear. We are ready, willing, and able to find bipartisan common ground anytime, any place, to enact spending agreements that actually make life better for the American people.
They're going to do exactly what the Dems always do,
But in
cheat.
order to
That's
do
right.
that, we need to have partners on the other side of the aisle who are actually willing to find a bipartisan path forward. But what we've seen from Republicans from the
By
very
bipartisan, they
beginning
mean
of
what
this
they want.
presidency
They
is
mean
a
we win, you
highway
lose.
Or the highway approach. That's been the Republican.
No, that's your way. Your way to the highway.
Jam your extremism down the throats of the American people. That's what we've seen from day one of this presidency. That's the reason why the government has been shut down by Republicans and Donald Trump for the longest period of time in American history.
Wow.
What have we seen from Donald Trump and Republicans during this shutdown? A consistent unwillingness to actually find common ground in order to make life better for the American people. Donald Trump, during this shutdown, found the time to play golf week after week after week. Donald Trump found the time.
What's he supposed? If the government shut down, what did you do while the government was shut down, Hakeem? What did you do? Wow. Anyway, let's go to this real quick. Here, got this story. So the city of Northbrook, Illinois posted an entire page to their website detailing their commitment to protecting illegal aliens, stating that they will not work with ICE, they won't track the immigration status of residents, and won't allow federal agents to use facilities. They also gave advice on how to avoid ICE detainment and encouraged people to report ICE activity to prevent future harm to the communities. Hey, Jeffries, how many Dems voted yes to open the government? 1. Yeah, I can't listen to him either. Sorry, Sherry Ward. Yeah, nice to see you, Sherry Ward. Nice to see you. Thanks for being here. Oh man, we've been going an hour and 40 minutes, and I just want to remind everybody, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. Please, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. And if you haven't subscribed, please think about subscribing to the channel. And also keep in mind that we got roughly about an hour maybe left to show. Maybe let's see where we're at here. Unless we hit the goal. 35 minutes, roughly, unless we hit the goal. We are $45 or $36.53 away from an additional hour to the show. And donations can be made on PayPal or Cash App. The link is posted in the chat for those, both links to go to either one, or there's a QR codes for them on the screens. Also, this is November, so please remember for a member November that any gifted memberships and or new memberships will be counted towards all the goals always. And so either, and then super chats and robo rants too. So just think about that, if you want to get more show. So community rights and commitments. So they're do all this stuff. Yeah, your privacy is protected. You have the right to village services. Oh, you have the rights. They do not participate in. And you belong here. Really, Northbrook. You belong here. Strength for its diversity. Northbrook says you belong here as neighbors and business owners. And yeah, so how do I report concern about federal immigration activity? Concerns about the conduct of federal agents during immigration enforcement action in Illinois can be reported to the Illinois Accountability Commission housed within the Illinois Department of Human Rights, established October 23rd by executive order. What exactly are they going to do? Because there's a thing called a supremacy clause. The people are just like, ridiculous. All right. On to the next story. USS Gerald R. Ford and strike group arrived to the Caribbean as Venezuela's Maduro makes a desperate plea for Latin American nations to unite for peace. Yeah, the Dems took a vacation to Napa Valley. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Oh, such a beautiful puppy dog. Look at that puppy dog. So nice to see you. So nice to see the puppy dogs. Yes. Such a nice puppy dog. Yes. Nice puppy. Oh, it's a cute puppy. Now look at that. The largest aircraft. Oh, look, there's another one. Look at that. Look at the two size difference of those two aircraft carriers. Man, that one's a much bigger. Aircraft carrier Ford and Truman. U.S. military firepower concentrated off the coast of Venezuela is already massive and has increased dramatically. How many times have humbled Venezuelan dictator Maduro? How the times have humbled him. When the U.S. was struggling under feeble Joe Biden, and emboldened Maduro banged his war drums nonstop, credibly threatening to invade neighboring Guyana and seize its oil-rich Escobibo province. But the first year of Donald Trump's return to the White House and the subsequent siege of Venezuela with the largest military detachment since the Cold War led the tyrant of Caracas to cynically become a self-professed advocate for peace. So yesterday, the 10th, Maduro was in Colombia for the Economic Commission for Latin America and the Caribbean, ECLAC, to make a desperate plea for unity. But today, the largest aircraft carrier in the world, the USS Gerald R. Ford, and its entire strike group have arrived in the area of responsibility of the U.S. Southern Command. Pressure is building. LA Latin Times reported that Venezuela's authoritarian president, Nicolas Maduro, has called on Latin American countries to proclaim the unconditional defense of our America as a peace zone, as the U.S. continues its military campaign in the region. Unconditional defense sounds like not so much peace, it sounds like war. The Union of America is not a rhetorical gesture, but the condition of our liberty and a key to our dignity, Maduro said during a passage of a lengthy letter. Watch pacifist Maduro's troops mow down protesters in 2019. Let's see. Oh my God! Oh my Lord! Oh my Lord! Oh Dios mío! There's running people over. Oh my God!
Ay, Dios, qué imagen terrible en vivo que en este momento.
Oh no! Oh no! Maduro added that the 2 centuries after independence wars from Spain, the forms of siege have changed, but not their essence. Naval and aerial formations are being deployed in the Caribbean, including cutting-edge aircraft carriers, destroyers, and nuclear submarines. Maduro noted, adding that the operations have led to the death of civilians in the high seas. No, they're not civilians. Those are narco-traffickers, so they're enemy combatants, just like any other terrorist. And have been defined by the UN's High Commission as extrajudicial killing. Well, the UN High Commission can go suck a big fatty. If you're not in the road, you won't get hit. United States Navy officially announced the warship's operation aims to dismantle transnational criminal organizations and combat narco-terrorism in defense of the U.S. territory. The enhanced U.S. force presence in U.S. Southcom AOR, area of responsibility, will bolster U.S. capacity to detect, monitor, and disrupt illicit actors and activities that compromise the safety and prosperity of the United States homeland and our security in the Western Hemisphere. The chief Pentagon spokesman, Sean Parnell, said these forces will enhance and augment existing capabilities to disrupt narcotics, trafficking, and degrade and dismantle transnational criminal organizations. Oh, hey, look, it's Joe. Joe says, glad you're still on, my fellow employed people. Lol. The paper's framing Maduro romantic like the media did with Castro in the 50s, completely disregarding that his neighbors all want him dead. The Gerald Ford aircraft carrier has been moved into Latin American region. 8 U.S. warships, a nuclear submarine, and F-35 aircraft were already in the Caribbean or Caribbean, depending on how you want to predict it. The U.S. military bullet comes amid deepened tensions in Venezuela, with Venezuela. Mm-hmm. It's commissioned in 2017 as the United States' newest aircraft carrier and the world's largest with more than 5,000 sailors aboard. Isn't there supposed to be another one coming out? I mean, isn't there a George Bush or a Reagan one? Isn't there a Ronald Reagan, or did they already do those? I want to make a mistake. This is Venezuela mobilizes military forces in response to U.S. presence in the region. Yes, look at them. Oh, we got our flags, man. We're going to get you. So Kimberly Hayek says, following the U.S. Senate rejecting a resolution to block U.S. military actions against Venezuela, and the Pentagon confirming the largest U.S. aircraft carrier is heading to Latin America, Venezuela is countering with its own 2-day military mobilization. Venezuelan Defense Minister General Vladimir Padrino Lopez announced a large-scale military mobilization during a news conference on Tuesday, calling it a defensive response to perceived threats from the United States. The USS Trump, let's go. Almost 200 troops have been deployed throughout the national territory for this exercise, and I must say that this is not at the expense of the daily deployment carried out by the Strategic Operational Command. Padrino Lopez stated, doesn't Padrino mean like boss or like something like that in Spanish, Joe? What does Padrino mean in Spanish? Isn't that like jefe? Because isn't that what they used to call Escobar? Wasn't he called Padrino? Venezuela's Ministry of Defense also posted about the exercise on social media. The new JFK is still fitting out. Enterprise currently building, and Doris Miller started laying down soon. But I thought there was Padrino is the Godfather. That's what I thought. Yeah, like that, like Godfather. But what about, isn't there a George Bush? Isn't there a George H.W. Bush or a George W. Bush? And isn't there also a Clinton or a Reagan aircraft carrier? Or am I something wrong? Patron is boss. Okay, yeah. Padrino Lopez. Excellent translating, Joe. Thank you. His remarks took place amid a backdrop of expanded U.S. military activities in the Caribbean Sea, such as the deployment of the Gerald R. Ford aircraft carrier and the largest U.S. aircraft carrier and associated naval aerial assets. Trump also authorized the CIA to operate covertly in Venezuela, he confirmed last month. I'm wondering, too, like, is there a Jimmy Carter? Or did they, because Jimmy Carter was a submariner, so maybe he wanted to be, maybe they were going to name a submarine after him. I don't know, but they usually don't do that because they have naming things like the aircraft carriers are the ones they name after people. And other ships. I wanted to take her to New York before they covered her with a burqa. The enhanced U.S. force presence in Southern Command will bolster U.S. capacity to detect, monitor, and disrupt illicit actors and activities that compromise the safety and prosperity of the United States homeland and security in the Western Hemisphere. Chief Pentagon spokesperson Sean Parnell said in a statement on Tuesday, Jimmy Carter has a sub named after him? Okay. Since September, American forces have destroyed several boats off the Venezuelan coast, saying these boats were operated by a designated terrorist organization that involved in trafficking drugs into the United States. At least 19 confirmed strikes have been carried out in the Caribbean Sea and off the Pacific coast of Latin America. Waka, waka, waka. Muchos gracias. Se lo debo de más padres que me acuerdan apero español. I'm waiting to see the Rockets in burkas. Trump has accused Maduro of backing drug cartels, an allegation that Maduro has denied. Oh, okay, so Maduro denied it. Venezuelan officials frame U.S. actions as an imperialist threat with the goal of overthrowing Maduro and exploiting Venezuela's resources, such as the country's massive oil reserves. Jimmy Carter should get a boat that's already sank named after him. Would still do good for him. The United States has said its operations are an anti-drug trafficking campaign against the Latin American country. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has compared cartels to Al-Qaeda terrorist group on social media. Ian, they're going to get that Al-Qaeda? Narco-terrorists intending to bring poison to our shores will find no safe harbor anywhere in the hemisphere. Just as Al-Qaeda waged war on our homeland, these cartels are waging war on our border and our people. There will be no refuge or forgiveness, only justice. Padrino Lopez said the exercises were designed to optimize command, control, and communications. Venezuela simultaneously faces economic sanctions and political tensions in the aftermath of the contested elections, which by contested, they mean that Maduro lost the elections but refused to step down. So I guess that's what they call contested now, is when you lose and you don't step down. Mm-hmm. Fox News has Venezuela mobilizes troops, weapons in response to the U.S. warship buildup. Oh, wait. So here's Trump on 60 Minutes says that Maduro's days are numbered? Really?
On Venezuela in particular, are Maduro's days as president numbered?
I would say, yeah. I think so, yeah.
And this issue of potential land
I think
in
so.
Venezuela, is that true?
I don't tell you that. I mean, I'm not saying it's true or untrue, but I wouldn't.
Why would
I
we
wouldn't
do
be
it?
inclined to say that I would do that, but because I don't talk to her.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he's not declining that he would do it. But... Okay. The buildup, which the government terms a prolonged resistance, involves small military units. More than 280 locations carrying out acts of sabotage and other guerrilla tactics. Okay. We don't discuss intelligence matter, a Department of War official told Fox News. Maduro has accused the Trump administration of seeking to oust him from power. U.S. Navy destroyer arrives in Trinidad and Tobago as Trump turns screws on Venezuela. Meanwhile, the administration ordered a series of deadly strikes. U.S. Navy said that the Gerald Ford strike group had entered the Southern Command area of responsibility. The enhanced U.S. force president will bolster U.S. capacity and to detect, monitor, and disrupt the illicit actions. So, yes. Biden should have a train named after him. Yeah, Choo-Choo Magoo. USS Biden would get lost in the harbor. H.W. Bush and Reagan of the Nimitz class subclass. Clinton and W. future Fords after Miller. Carter is a subclass of SeaWorld. Why they got Doris Miller? Why wouldn't they have the Obama? Seems kind of weird that they skipped over Obama, right? Just saying. They should be doing Obama and then maybe, I don't know. Patron is boss and also patern to distinguish, or if you're from Caribbean, we use jefe or el jefe. El jefe. So that's there. Newsweek just says Venezuela reacts as U.S. aircraft carrier nears coast. Which there was already an aircraft carrier. Now there's two. It's places armed forces on high alert amid rising tensions. With the United States announced what the Defense Minister Padrino Lopez described as a massive deployment of ground, air, naval, riverine, and missile forces. The military standoff represents one of the most dangerous confrontations between Washington and Caracas in years. Well, it's dangerous for Caracas. Yeah, lol, reacts, I bet, yeah. By reacts, they shit their pants and said, oh, crap, how are we going to get out of this? Both sides claiming defensive motives. The escalation risks tipping into open conflict. That would be bad for Venezuela. I mean, let's just be for real here. Venezuela's army is like about a quarter to a tenth of what the Iraqis had in 91 when we tore through them like shit through a goose. So it would go about as Venezuela would go exactly how Colombia went in 89. Just saying, just was it Operation Just Cause, I believe. Speaking on state TV, they said they're going to respond to imperial aggression. All right, let's keep moving. Let's get to this next story. Sometimes that's the problem. Is early in the night, I talk too long. Like I talk too long about some stories, and then I end up trying to have to speed up as the night drags on to get through more stories. So, breaking news: Judge orders the Trump administration to release over 600 illegal immigrants who were just arrested during the Chicago ICE operation. Jim, Venezuela can easily last 6 hours against our beloved Navy. It would be over in a day. It would. It would be a day long. It would be every piece of military equipment they had would be destroyed in a day. They wouldn't have anything left. It took time to make the chat correct. I missed autocorrect changing Seawolf to SeaWorld. FML, sorry. Well. Oh. Yes, that's right. Hey, guys, we've got 20 minutes and counting down quickly before the goal is up. Yes. Want to show. So, yeah. So this judge here, oh, look at him. He says that you got to release all these people that were arrested. Can't hold them, you know. At every turn, activist judges, sanctuary politicians, and violent rioters have actively tried to prevent our law enforcement officers from arresting and removing the worst of the worst. Now, an activist judge is putting the lives of Americans directly at risk by ordering 615 illegal alien criminals to be released back into the community. I would immediately appeal this. I wouldn't do it. I would say no. No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
Breaking news. A federal judge in Chicago has issued a ruling ordering 615 people detained by federal immigration officers to be released from federal custody by Friday afternoon. Breaking news.
No fucking way. How many are too many? Did you hear about R says preventable death? Of course not. That's why I do this. That's right. And then this is Dear Judge Cummings. Nope. It's not going to happen. Yes. That's crazy. Yeah. What's up, Jeff Sproul? How you doing? Thanks for stopping by over there in the Rumble. That's right. Over in the Rumble. Everyone's doing the Rumble vision in the Rumble. No way, Jose. Excuse the pun. Biden-appointed activist judge orders feds to release over 600 illegal aliens arrested in Chicago's ICE and Border Patrol raids. Judge Cummings is putting the lives of Americans directly at risk by releasing these dangerous illegal aliens back into the street.
Jeffrey Cummings ordered 13 people to be released by Friday at noon after he determined they were arrested in violation of a consent decree in Illinois with the Department of Homeland Security over warrantless arrests. Another 615 people were ordered released into alternatives to detention like electronic monitoring or paying a bond by next Friday, the 21st. The judge saying those 615 people should not be in custody while the government and immigration attorneys and the judge determine if they were arrested in violation of the consent decree. Jeffrey Cummings ordered 13.
A consent decree that doesn't apply to the federal government. Biden appointed activist judge who just released over 600 aliens that have been arrested in Border Patrol. Yeah, we saw that. Yeah, this clown. Yes. In an infuriating move. Oh, hey, Joe, what's up? Rally. Commence rally now. Right, commence rally now, folks. Let's go. We're now $34.53 away. $34.53 away. $34.53 away from an extra hour of the show. A really good show. Jovi. A really good show. It's one of the white judges. Yes, it is. In an infuriating move, activist judge orders the Trump administration release 615 illegals who were swept up during Operation Midway Blitz. Unfucking believable. This judge has gone rogue. The deal is a major blow to federal efforts to detain and deport as many undocumented people as possible. How do you get cents and super chats? I don't know. Somebody was able to do it. I'll show you. Look, somebody was able to do it. See, $2.47. I don't know. Somebody did it. Somebody was able to do it. Somebody did it. He's ordering to release these people in custody, and the release of those, it applies to all 3,000 people arrested by ICE and CBP from June to October, but it mainly applies to 615 people in custody all across the country. Of those 3,000, you believe 1,100 left voluntarily because they gave up. Apparently, appeal and ignore this judge. That's right. Appeal and ignore this judge. Ignore this fucking judge.
Affiliate WLS reports that a federal judge has ordered the release
of hundreds of people arrested as part of the Trump administration's immigration crackdown in Illinois. This deals a major blow to federal efforts to detain and deport as many undocumented people as possible. CNN's Whitney Wild is following the latest from Chicago. Whitney, what more are you learning?
Well, Boris, what we can say is that this is, as you said, this is a major win for plaintiffs' attorneys, immigration rights attorneys, who are saying that these arrests by people who have no deportation orders, who have no criminal history, are simply illegal. The judge today is ordering the release of hundreds of people who have been arrested. Plaintiffs' attorneys believe that up to 3,000 people have been arrested between June and October. And the district court judge who has listened to this case voiced quite a bit of skepticism that the majority of those people have any criminal record, have any reason to be remaining in U.S. custody. And so now he is ordering the continued review of people who are in custody and the release of those who are in custody. This more practically applies to all 3,000 people who have been arrested by ICE and the Customs and Border Patrol between June and October. Plaintiffs' attorneys believe that that number is actually lower than the total number. So it does apply to all of those people, but most practically speaking, it applies to 615 people who are currently in custody all across the country. I spoke with the plaintiffs' attorneys after the judge issued their ruling, and they said of those 3,000, they believe 1,100 simply left voluntarily after they were placed in custody because they gave up on their immigration status fight and chose to leave the United States.
Good. So it's, first of all, it also has a problem because this judge has no jurisdiction over anybody that isn't in his jurisdiction. Rally, Doc 27. So forget impeach. Congress needs to abolish the court. That's right. Get rid of the court. Get rid of the court. Get rid of the courts. Get rid of them. And with that, we are now $32.53 away from the first additional hour. 32.53. Save. Go. Yes. Yes. Simply illegal. You got to give it to CNN wordsmiths, I tell you. Yeah. One of those government employees is Joe. Yes, he is. It's actually the law that anybody who's in the country illegally, that's illegally present in the country, is subject to immediately detention and deportation. I mean, that's the fucking law. We don't say, oh, you're here illegally. We have to wait for you to commit a crime. We have to wait for them to commit a crime. No. We have to wait for them to be convicted of a crime. No. A federal judge orders the Trump administration to release, thank you very much, Doc, to release all the illegals who are arrested. Federal judges have gone rogue. He's ordering the continuing review of people in custody and release those in custody applies to all 3,000 people. So we saw this. Okay. This is something we saw. Okay. Oh, okay. Wow. So that's nuts, right? And, hold on a second. How did I screw something up here? Right here. So Trump should play with the judge, ask the judge if he's an immigration judge. Yeah. So you're not an immigration judge, and he has no jurisdiction, or judge has no jurisdiction for people that are not in, they have to be in his jurisdiction. If they're all over the country, he has no authority to order their release if they're not in his jurisdiction. Biden appointed judge orders mass bond released for 600 plus illegal aliens arrested in Chicago next week. 13 released by Friday without bond. Biden appointed U.S. Judge Jeffrey Cummings announced Wednesday that he plans to grant bond to hundreds. It's not up to him. Bond is not awarded by him. It's through the immigration court. That's who's got to give him bond. That's why this is exactly why they took it away from district court judges, because of idiots like this. According to Chicago Tribune, Cummings, installed by the failed Biden-Harris regime, ruled Wednesday that these invaders could walk free on a paltry $1,500 bond as long as they lack a prior criminal rap sheet or deportation order. The outrageous decision reeks of judicial activism, undermining law enforcement and rewarding those who flout our borders. The ruling stems from a leftist lawsuit claiming ICE violated a 2022 consent decree in the Castellana Nova case, which handcuffs agents by making warrantless arrests without jumping through bureaucratic hoops like proving probable cause of illegal status and flight risk. So, rally. Karen says, rally, rally. Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen, for the $5. And with that, that makes they are now $27.53 away from $27.53 from the additional hour. Rally, rally. Cummings, presided in the Northern District of Illinois, ordered the DOJ to cough up a list by November 19th of 615 detainees still in custody who might qualify as class members under his agreement. Oh, so this is how he's getting around. He's calling them class members. They can't all be class members because they all have different things. You can't have a certified class of these different people. They're all from different countries. They all have different problems. If Trump would treat these judges as if they don't know anything, just ask how he should break the immigration law and let them go. This is why these judges should be watched. That's right. Hugh Wed was. That's right. And then I retire from the fun stuff you see on TV, now dealing with troops at a different level. I would expand, but YouTube is asshole. Well, just thank you. Yeah. Attorneys said they expect detainees to be freed within the next 48 hours, possibly as soon as today. All 13 will be released without bond. Federal prosecutor William Weiland rightly blasted the move as quite significant, urging the court to stay the order. At least 12 of these detained are flagged as serious security threats, demanding more time to vet them. But Cummings, even the enabler, only granted a brief reprieve, warning a status report by November 21st. They need to go and appeal this immediately. As a Gateway pundit previously reported, Cummings, a product of the same administration that unleashed the millions of unvetted migrants last month, confirmed ICE breached the decree during Operation Blitz, a nationwide sweep that had over 1,000 illegals, many of them with violent histories. Attorneys from the National Immigration Justice Center, a left-wing activist group, argue that ICE arrests of more than 3,000 under Operation Midway Blitz has breached that agreement. Our initial analysis that over 3,000 arrests, we started to dig into the cases and that they violated. They didn't have a prior order of removal, and almost all the circumstances, they've been uniformly violating the consent decree. So how could there be a consent decree that says they have to not follow the law? Doesn't make any sense. Did I miss something in the ghetto? Did it miss something in the ghetto? What do you mean? Judges was there something in the ghetto? I don't see anything. I don't see anything in the ghetto. I don't see any rumble rants. Is that what you're talking about? I don't see nothing. I don't in no way feel tarred. Come on, folks. We're almost there, man. We're almost there. We're so close. We're so close. We're so close to hitting it. All right. And this is very interesting for all you climate people that are interested in the climate. The New York Post says the Gulf Stream is near collapse. Scientists warn that it could be inviting a new ice age and rising sea levels. A new ice age wouldn't be rising sea levels. That would be the opposite. A new ice age would be declining sea levels. They've been warning about rising sea levels forever, and they really haven't risen. Wow. Decades of global warming usher in the new ice age. Wasn't this the plot of The Day After Tomorrow? Wow. That's crazy, isn't it? Let's read this and see what it says. Now, I'm not saying any of this is true. I'm just reading a story from the New York Post, YouTube. I'm not trying to deny climate change or nothing. Oh, cool. We're circling back to global cooling alarmism. Yep. There we go. Trumpinator comes in for 5. Says Jim is worth at least $5. Thank you very much, man. Just like that. Now we are just $22, $22.53 away. $22.53, people, away from an extra hour. That's $22.53. You too could save Audra comes in with $1.53. Look at that. Wow. Thank you. But just like that, now we are just $21 away. We are blackjack away, folks. Blackjack away from an extra hour. Just a blackjack. Just a 21 away. That's it. Love the pennies. Thank you. Thank you. So 21 away, folks. Just 21 away from an extra hour. We're so close. My purchase was completed for $5. What? I didn't buy anything for $5. What's going on there? Monthly charge or something. Oh. The 70s. Thought you should. That's right. Thank you very much for evening it out. Jim's getting rich. It's in the 70s they were talking about a new ice age coming. Yeah, I remember there was a whole thing. It was Leonard Nimoy was talking about it. Climate change has always existed. The world would end if the climate didn't change. Yes, it would just be all thing. AI computers would be generating a lot of heat. They could keep the warming hoax going. Could be. Doc says, Gundam Zig, ice on land would, ice in the water would keep it the same. Climate scientists controversial claim the Gulf War could be nearing collapse, predicting a new ice age. Yes, the last penny was printed today. And running all out of it by the night, all the aisle by the 90s. Yeah, they kept telling us we're going to run out of oil, remember? Going to run out of oil. Going to run out of Earl. Yes. A key Atlantic current could be pushed to the brink of collapse within decades, supposedly ushering a new ice age and dramatically raising sea levels. Climate scientists have claimed in a controversial study published in the Journal of Communications, Earth and Environment. An apocalyptic prediction came as a result of collaboration between research at the Institute of Oceanology and the Chinese Academy of Sciences, IOCAS, and the University of California, San Diego, weeks after one-time climate alarmist Bill Gates publicly downplayed the impact of temperature fluctuations on the planet. Per new findings, at-risk current in question, the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation, AMOC, the conveyor belt of the ocean that funnels warm water toward the ocean surface from the tropics to the northern hemisphere. The current, which includes the Gulf Stream that runs from the Gulf of Mexico to the U.S. East Coast across the Atlantic to Europe, helps maintain the mild climate of Europe, the UK, and the U.S. East Coast. The study stated that the source of this marine temperature regulator, the Greenland ice sheet, is being thawed amid warming temperatures, causing meltwater runoff to leach into the North Atlantic, leading to stagnation. That link you posted, Gundam Zig, is no good. It's saying it's not good. Saying the site can't be reached. Oh, that's weird. I don't know if you copied the link wrong or something, Gundam, but that link is not working. So. 3i Atlas is a spaceship? Oh, Comet's solar turn reveals more hints at alien origins, a Harvard expert says. Yes. This has resulted in a distinctive temperature fingerprint located some 3,280 to 6,560 feet below the ocean's surface. Here we identify a distinctive temperature fingerprint of the equatorial Atlantic that signals the Atlantic Meridional Overturning Circulation change. The robust physical mechanism and reliable detection make the fingerprint a valuable metric for AMOC monitoring in a warming climate. We better lower the speed to 54 miles per hour. Yes, the speed limit. Yes, better lower it. Yes. The presence of a marine hot pocket appears to suggest the current slowdown has been occurring for decades and could foment a total decline before the end of the century. Wow. Gulf Stream, see? Does this and it turns around. But see, what happens is it comes around here, and what they think is that, like, if you look at this, before when this was, like, before when the ocean levels were lower, the Gulf of Mexico might have been like an inland lake, and this was probably like land across here, like from Florida going to like, you know, that the water wasn't big enough to get the current to go into the Gulf and come out, so it just went around it. It would like, they think it looped around the Azores, because the Azores were higher, then it went up around the Azores. So the Azores were like Gulf of America. Yeah, I'm sorry, I screwed that up. Hot Pockets. Let's see, did that one work, Gundam Zig? Ah, that one worked. So I'll pull this over here. We'll do this. So that's what it looks like. And here we identify distinctive signals. Research reportedly happened upon this warm spot using the Massachusetts Institute of Technology's circulation model, computer model that simulates ocean, atmospheric, and climate to monitor how the AMOC related signals, like the energy wave, ripples rapidly towards the equator. When they hit home, they multiply across the equatorial region, effectively creating this oceanic hotspot. The AMOC slowdown prompts subsurface warming in the subpolar North Atlantic, the region between the subtropics in the south and the Nordic seas to the north, generating energy waves that travel along the western North Atlantic towards the equator. Yeah, Epstein not working, so now we're back to the climate change. That's right. Besant maybe got the last penny in Philadelphia. Maybe. The Gulf Stream, warm surface water, cool subsurface flow. Yeah. So it goes up and around and back down again. Okay. Climate change can push the current circulations to the brink of collapse. Should the AMC slow down too much, they claim it could have significant ramifications. These include extreme suggestions that temperature across Europe drop by nearly 60 degrees. Hot Pockets. Yes, that's what they're calling it, Hot Pockets. Did you know Gates stole the idea for Windows from Xerox? Well, he bought it from Xerox for like 10 grand, if I'm not mistaken. He bought it for Xerox. He bought this something. He licensed it to Xerox. He didn't sell it to them. He bought it from some engineer, a guy that actually created it for like 10 grand or something. Some other guy. He went. Yeah. Winters could become more typically of Arctic Canada. Precipitation would decrease. Coincidentally, the last time the AMC collapsed was before the last ice age that ended about 12,000 years ago. It's also on MSN.com, so it's not just the post. So, Gulf Stream could be on the verge of collapse. Scientists warn. The new research shows a key fingerprint hidden below the ocean's surface could suggest it's been weakening for decades. So, he bought DOS, stole from Xerox. Yeah. Well, watch this for a second. See right here. It says Leonard Nimoy in search of the coming ice age. In 71, global cooling was a climate threat.
In 1977, the worst winter in a century struck the United States.
Yeah, see, one bad winter, and they say it's a end of the world, and it's going to be all these problems. For the acid rain, MS-DOS, yes. So.
Arctic cold gripped the Midwest for weeks on end.
Yes, for weeks on end, Arctic cold. Look at this. In search, magic and witchcraft. Wow. Replace.
Being colder, and the amount of precipitation, rainfall and snowfall has decreased so that the conditions have been drier and colder, and at the same time the glaciers have expanded.
Oh, the glaciers have expanded. So the glaciers were expanding in the 70s. Oh, but they said global warming. Seems odd, right? All right. So on to this next story, which I think is interesting. I don't want to play too much of that. What went wrong with global warming? Well, that's why they're calling it climate change now, Steve. They had to change it to climate change because either way, no matter what happens, they're going to say, we were right. We were right. Oh, man. We're so close, man. We're so close. It did say the goal ended, but tell you what I'm going to do, folks. I am going to keep going for another at least 15 minutes or so. If we hit the goal in the next 15 minutes, I will extend the show by an hour from that point. So keep that in mind. We only need $21 and then get another hour. So this is Senator Duckworth's staff member allegedly claimed to be the lawyer of a 40-year-old legal immigrant who had been deported to Mexico 4 times and has DUI convictions in order to seek his release from custody. So this person has been deported 4 times and came back. That makes him a felon. When you come back after being deported, you're a felon. A felon. It's a felony. It's the nature of the earth. Yes, it is. So he accomplished this by falsifying an official Department of Homeland Security form. We look for a response from Senator Duckworth. Now, wouldn't it be a crime to falsify this form, filing that federal form? You falsify it, wouldn't that make him a criminal? This guy right here filling out this form to try and get a guy lying, saying I'm a lawyer when he's not. Is that a crime? Isn't he guilty of a crime? Shouldn't he at least be like barred from something? Something. Why aren't they arrested? Yeah. I wake up, Democrats do something blatantly illegal. GOP politicians are outraged. Nothing happens. I wake up. It happens again and again and again. Fox News is breaking staffers for Democrat Demon Rat Senator Tammy Duckworth, accused of posing as a lawyer in an attempt to free illegal alien invaders from ICE custody. Come on, Jim, you and your laws. It's just a little felony. We'll see. The American people waiting for just one Democrat to be held accountable for literally anything. For literally anything. Yes. Even Harmeeton says, not good. What does not good mean? Yes, all the GOP is good at. Stop using aerosol sprays a few years ago. Yeah. GOP is just good at talking. The real disaster is when climate stops changing. Oh, that would be bad. Snowball Earth would suck. Which laws were broken and why is the max punishment? Sounds like she needs to do some prison time. Well, I mean, I'm sure it's a crime. It's probably a federal felony to lie on that form. No. Jonathan Turley says, Duckworth staffer shown in the ICE video who allegedly misrepresents himself to release an undocumented immigrant is facing very serious potential charges if the allegations are true. We need more details, which have not been forthcoming from the Duckworth office, on whether the staffer is an attorney, as allegedly claimed, and whether this was being done under a claim of representing Jose Ishmael Ayazula Sandoval, who was previously deported 4 times to Mexico. So this guy's been deported 4 times. Staffer for Democrat Senator Duckworth caught posing as lawyer to free illegal alien from ICE custody. A staffer for Demon Rat Senator was caught posing as a lawyer to help free an illegal alien from ICE custody in East St. Louis, Illinois. The Department of Homeland Security is demanding answers after Duckworth staffer Edward York misrepresented himself to federal agents as legal counsel for Jose Ishmael Ayazula Sandoval. Yep. No currents, no seasons, no atmosphere. Tom Homan is not going to buy it. The question is, who deported him? Oh. According to the letter from DHS, York entered the ICE facility by falsifying a DHS form. Well, that's got to be a crime, falsifying a form. You know, there's another form, it's called a 4473. If you falsify that, you get, I think, a minimum of 5 years in prison. York met with Sandoval and got him to sign a G28 form, which allowed him to represent the illegal alien as a client. York also tried to submit the G28 form without Sandoval's signature 4 days later, Suarez Law Office in Collins, Illinois, filed a G-28 electronically that did not have Mr. Ayuso's signature, even though Mr. York, who claimed to work for the law firm, had already obtained a signed form. DHS believes York was actually collaborating with the law firm. It appears that Mr. York may have collaborated with the firm to cover his misrepresentation. Hi, Jim. To the dying Gulf Stream, do you remember that tiny BP sorry incident in the Gulf of America? Yeah, I remember that. Sorry. I remember the Cthulhu episodes of South Park that covered it were really, really funny. And thanks for being here, Thomas Ivanko, 9140. It's great to see you. Falsifying gets you 5 years like Biden's kid got. Oh, wait. Just the thought about her posing is intriguing. A staff member for Duckworth is posed as a lawyer and falsified documents. The Department of Homeland Security said a member of Duckworth's staff misrepresented himself as an attorney. According to a letter sent to Duckworth's office, Todd Lyons said the staffer told federal agency he was the attorney. And the letter states the staffer entered the ICE facility at approximately 1:29 p.m. An individual identified as Edward York, who, according to publicly available information, is employed as a constituent outreach coordination for your Senate office, entered the field office lobby and in discussion with a federal officer claimed to be Mr. Ayuso's attorney. He demanded to speak with his client. The staff member allegedly did so to gain access to the detainee and seek his release from custody, and he accomplished it by falsifying an official DHS form. While at the facility, he successfully met with Ayuso and got him to sign a G-28 form. The letter said it allows an attorney to represent a client on immigration matters, empowering them to receive official correspondence, communicate with government agencies on their behalf, and more. But didn't we recently find out that cows aren't the problem anymore? It was never the cow's problem. Never the cow's problem. Never, never, never. Sorry, close some tabs here. I can't believe we stalled out at $21 like that. Oh, well, it is what it is. We got this from Fox 32 News in Chicago. Time for AOC. Cows are an issue. Funny. Nope, they saw a demo at Palo Alto of the Xerox document management system using the GEM desktop. Okay. There was better DOS. Yeah. Duckworth staffer accused of posing as lawyer, attempting to free an illegal alien who's been deported many, many, many times. Let's see, is this local news for Chicago? What's this going to be?
For temperatures, we are looking at mid-50s tomorrow.
Well, it's going to be in the 50s tomorrow in Chicago. So, yeah, the Department of Homeland Security said the member of the staff did it, according to a letter sent Wednesday. Yeah, so we saw all this stuff. There's Duckworth, which, God, she's the worst senator Illinois has ever had. Same thing from Fox News, just staffer accused of posing as a lawyer. And this is a very interesting story. The Minnesota lawmaker shooting suspect defense sorting through 9 terabytes of evidence. 130,000 documents were submitted for review. 130,000 documents. So let's see. The Minnesota lawmaker shootings. Where does the case stand? Let's see.
Need to open the door to more.
See where this goes. Wow. Get your zip. Flicks. Yeah, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds, 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1
Connect
second.
with Flex.com.
They do look good. Thanks for joining us here for the Fox 9 Morning News at 11 and on Fox Local, always streaming live. I'm Tom Butler. In news this morning, the man charged with killing a Minnesota lawmaker and her husband and shooting a second lawmaker and his wife is back in court this morning. Our Bill Keller is live in Minneapolis with the very latest. And Bill, you were just in court. Bring us up to speed. Good morning.
Good morning, Tom. Well, Vance Belter made his first appearance in court since pleading not guilty at his arraignment. That was back on August 7th. This morning's hearing was a status conference during which prosecutors told the judge they had substantially completed their discovery. But Belter's defense says they are still in the process of downloading 2 hard drives containing 9 terabytes of case materials. We're talking about 825 hours of video, 2,000 photos, and PDF documents with more than 130,000 pages to go over. A strong signal that it could be a minimum of 6 months or more before a trial date can even be set. 57-year-old Belter is facing 6 federal counts, including stalking and murder charges. If convicted, he could face the death penalty. Investigators say he disguised himself as a police officer in a planned attack back in June. Belter charged with killing Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark. He is also accused of shooting Senator John Hoffman 9 times. His wife Yvette was shot 8 times. Remarkably, both survived. Belter was eventually arrested nearly 2 days later following the largest manhunt in state history. Now, in addition to this federal case, Vance Belter faces numerous state charges as well, including first-degree murder, attempted murder, and impersonating a police officer. But Tom, the Hennepin County Attorney's Office has agreed to put that case on hold until after this federal trial is over. Both sides due back in court February 20th. That's when federal prosecutors say they hope to give a better idea about whether or not they plan to pursue the death penalty. Back to you.
All right, that's our Bill Keller with the latest. Bill, thanks so much. And while the Belter case moves forward, an outside agency has been hired to review the law enforcement response to the shootings. The cities of Champlin and Brooklyn Park unanimously approving the nearly...
All right, so where's the case stand? The suspect accused of shooting 2 Minnesota lawmakers in June appeared before a judge on Wednesday. Defense, but the suspect told the judge they are still working to sort through a mountain of evidence. Could be 6 months before a trial set. Defense attorneys for the man who shot the Minnesota lawmakers accused of shooting them told a judge on Wednesday they are still in the process of downloading and examining the 9 terabytes worth of evidence. That's a lot of evidence. Who pays for all the time to go through all those documents? Well, it depends. If it's a public defender, then tax dollars are paying for it. I don't know why they would need all that information. I get it. I don't know. Come on, people. Oh. Hey, we've been going for 2.5 hours now. Just want to remind everybody that we're $21 away from adding an extra hour to the show. So, think about it's Mo Member November. So maybe gift a couple memberships and declare that $21 or, Cash App, PayPal, YouTube Super Chats, Rumble Rants, all that good stuff. And the links are posted in the chat for Cash App, and they're pinned for Cash App and PayPal. Echo off. At echo off? What does that mean? Echoes off? What does that mean? Huh? Did I shut something off? The man indicted for the shootings, along with the shootings of Senator Hoffman, appeared in court on Wednesday. Attorneys for the prosecutor's defense shared updates. Prosecutors told the judge they have substantially completed its discovery, while the defense for the suspect said they're still in the process of downloading 2 hard drives containing 9 terabytes of case material. 825 hours of video, 2,000 photos, and 130,000 pages of PDF documents. What's at echo off, baby? What the? I don't know what that means. Am I missing something? Anyway, in July, the prosecutors successfully requested the judge designate the case as complex, citing extensive evidence and the designation delayed speedy trial requirements, giving prosecutors extra time to review materials. Microsoft stole the idea from Windows from Apple. Apple paid to see Smalltalk at Park. Jobs went off on Xerox management for not commercializing it and sitting on it in a lab. Wow. He faces a 6-count indictment, including murder, stalking, and firearms and offenses. The suspect is accused of going on a shooting spree in early July mornings of June 14th, posing as a police officer and wearing an unsettling silicone mask. Third-party review. The Minnesota Department of Public Safety said it and several local police departments had commissioned a third-party review of the police response. A review, which will be conducted through the International Association of Chiefs of Police, will take about 6 months. It costs $500,000, $429,000 to do this review. I could do the review for a lot less. Just tell them, yeah, you guys fucked up. You didn't do a good job. Well, it's easy enough. We'll just look at this real quick. Prosecutors turned over 130,000 pages of evidence in the killing of a Minnesota lawmaker. They said lawyers need more time to review it. So that's what's going on there. Then we got this. This is funny. Video. We got the newly sworn in rep Adelita Gravalia says we need to fight for our immigrant communities and veterans. We need to stand up for LGBTQ rights because that's what the American people expect us to do. We need to fight for them. And that's why I'm going to sign the discharge petition to release the Epstein files. What? What does these things have to do with the other?
Just this morning, House Democrats released more emails showing that Trump knew more about Epstein's abuses than he previously acknowledged.
That's a lie.
It's past time for Congress to restore its role as a check and balance on this administration and fight for we, the American people. We need to fight for our immigrant communities and veterans. We need to stand up for our public schools, children, and educators. We need to respect tribal sovereignty in our environment. We need to stand up for LGBTQ plus rights because that's what the American people expect us to do. Fight for them. That is why I will sign the discharge petition right now.
Wow, that's why she'll sign it right now. Because all that stuff. We got this. Look, it says, according to this guy, it says the Democrats are the ones blocking the release of the Epstein files.
Hey everybody, Tim Burchett just left the House floor, and I tried to do a UC unanimous consent of tried to get the Epstein files.
Why are there music playing here?
It straight to the floor, just to cut out.
This guy put fucking music on it to try and strike people.
All this nonsense, and
all right, yeah, you know what? I can't deal with these people putting music on shit like that. Tim Burchett is pissed that the Epstein victims are being used as political pawns for Democrats to get Trump. They're going to pull portions of it out, and they're going to try to fit their own little narrative. There's not a single soul safe from Burchett's wrath. You all know it. You're going to feed on it. Why would Democrats block a motion that would get the Epstein files to the floors of Congress? He pointed to truth that nobody wants to pay attention to. You know, if Trump was in that thing, if Trump was up in that thing, Biden and the rest of them, Kamala Harris, he's the Antichrist of them. They would have already had it out. It's a shame that the victims are being used as Democrats' pawns. Whatever 5 meg drives, baby Gandalf boxes, top 20s, Winchester. That's right. Neuroversion 1 says you can make a donation at Cash App or PayPal or any of these other things. And the protesters in the background. We're going to go a few more, I'm going to go a little bit longer, but eventually I'm going to have to stop if we don't get that $21. So MFM Manchester. Yes. Let's see what he's got here. There better not be music over this one too. I hate when they do that shit.
This upcoming bill to release the Epstein files?
Yeah, that's why I just put a bill up. I just tried to move it ahead because what you're seeing right now is what exactly is going to happen, going to continue happening. Everybody's going to pull little piecemeal portions. Sorry about that. I got to animate. I'm Southern Baptist. They're going to pull portions of it out, and they're going to try to fit their own little narrative. Both sides are going to do it. You all know it. You're all going to feed upon it. Let's just get the dadgum bill out. Let's vote it out, and the Democrats oppose me on it. It's stupid. It's all about politics. It's not about taking care of young ladies who got abused, and we should take care of them. But there's a process in place. The Democrats have had it for 4 years and didn't do a dadgum thing. And you know if Trump was in that thing, Biden, the rest, and Kamala Harris, I mean, he's the Antichrist to them. They would have already had it out. What you got?
I was going to ask about health.
Well. Oh, look at this. We got, GS, Mr. G Sharkman. For 10 comes in and says, my try. So look at that. Now, folks, come on. We are just $11 away now. Just $11 away from an extra hour. I mean, $11. Just 11. E11. I mean, that could be 2 gifted memberships for Movember November, and that would get us there. 2 memberships, that's $12. Just saying. Tim Burchett just exposed Democrats for using Epstein as a charade. Even CNN admits it. Yes, CNN even admits it. Mm-hmm. Yes, thank you. Or I go to bed, either way, lol. Thank you. Awesome. Thanks, GS Sharkman. Jim, I think you missed my question a ways back about the China's new dam. I saw that question, but I wasn't sure exactly what you meant by it. Let me find it. Here it is. Have you heard about the huge new heavy energy producing dam? I think you're talking about a heavy water producing dam they put up and the ramifications of the weight and the heat on the earth. I know they put up a dam that was like in a really bad spot, and they were worried about it collapsing or something like that, having some kind of problem. You know, I don't know about the heat on the earth, like what that would do. But let's see, nothing. Grip says nothing in there, nothing in there, nothing there. All right. You could send me some info on it if you want. Send it to me on Twitter or whatever. So even CNN admits the truth that it's a symbolic vote, and they just blocked Burchett's unanimous consent that would have brought the files to the floor. It's all politics. He nuked them from orbit with this. They ought to be ashamed of themselves, but they're not.
Why go to all this trouble now?
Yeah, it's such a good question because, this is a symbolic vote at the end of the day.
Why?
Wow, it's a symbolic vote at the end of the day. Oh. You got this, in brutal. Jasmine Slavey Crockett gets called out live on CNN for Democrats redacting the Epstein documents trying to smear President Trump. She did not accuse Trump of any wrongdoing. I don't know what they would necessarily redact someone's name who's deceased at this point. The Democrats redacted it. Gibberish cover-up attempt. Man, she's got enough boat rope on her head, I tell you.
This is an email from April 2nd, 2011. Republicans were saying that victim is Virginia Giuffre. As you know, she died by suicide. She's been very outspoken victim of jeopardy.
Hold on a second. Let me do this real quick. We got, Misty Me 7 gifted a membership. Thank you very much for the gifted membership. And Jamesy Ojimbo received the gifted membership. And so with that, folks, you're getting a goal has ended message. Yeah, no, the goal has ended, but I said I would extend it, a little bit to see if we could hit it. With that, we were just $5 away now. We're just 5 away. Just 5 away from additional hour. Mm-hmm. Oh, and then Anthony gifted a gift of membership just like that.
Tactical assessment. Red Chinese victory. Impossible. America will never fall to communist invasion. Communism is the very definition of failure.
With that, folks, we are now got an extra hour of the show because Anthony gifted a membership, and that membership went to Say What? Received a gifted membership. So thank you, Anthony. Soldier of Providence. It said, Say What? Received a gifted membership from Anthony F., Soldier of Providence. Thank you very much, people. All right. Let me correct the mundo. We'll get over here, put the banners off, do this. Come over here, and now we are $74 away from a second additional hour. I gotta fix that. I don't like that. Like this. Yes, hi, Tenebral. So with that, now we got another extra hour to show. Let me go into YouTube and start another goal. Thank you very much. Goal ended. Start another goal. 15 super chats for 1 hour. I will celebrate like this. Do this. This. So we're $74 away from a second additional hour. Start to go. Start to go. There we go. There you go. So now we got another goal up there. So we get to 74. We'll add a second hour. Hello. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for the donations. Valhalic says 3 hours late. My bad. Well, lucky for you, we just added another hour to the show. Thank you for being here. Please remember to hit the like and subscribe. If you haven't already, if people haven't already, remember, hit like and subscribe. Hit like and subscribe. Hit the like button, and please hit like and subscribe to the channel. Been here, done that. Hi, sunshine. Thank you all. Fell asleep. Sounds good. So yeah. So let's hear. Ready? Let's go back a little. Let's see.
Were saying that victim is Virginia Giuffre. As you know, she died by suicide. She's been very outspoken victim of Jeffrey Epstein. Here's the email right here on your screen. She wrote a book, as you know, and she did not accuse him of any wrongdoing. What do you make of that? And can you confirm that?
Yeah, I don't know. Obviously, it's redacted who the victim is, so I won't necessarily take the Republicans' word on who it is that's redacted. And I don't know why they would necessarily redact someone's name who is deceased at this point.
The Democrats did that, though. The Democrats redacted.
No. I understand, but I'm just saying, like,
yeah, Democrats
our
did
biggest
that to
concern
make
is
it
to actually make sure that we are protecting victims. And obviously, she wrote a book. She told her truth.
This is an email.
Oh, she told the truth. She wrote a book. Oh, okay. And then you got Speaker Johnson vows Epstein vote to come sooner than expected. So Speaker Johnson made a surprising announcement on Wednesday that a vote will come earlier than expected to force the Justice Department to release all the files. Johnson told reporters we'll put such a bill on the House floor next week, and we're going to put the House on the floor vote when we get back next week. Okay. Johnson says the vote will happen next week to push to compel the DOJ to release all of its Epstein files. And I think it's a symbolic vote, though, because I don't think they can actually force them to do everything. Protect the victim. She outed herself. Got it. Yeah. It's a jazzy Slavey Crockett, dumbest woman in Congress, except for AOC. Speaker Johnson announced Wednesday he's going to put the contentious bill compelling the release. Is it really compelling them, or is it just kind of saying they want them to do it? Yeah. Johnson was required to put the bill from Reps Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna on the floor after a pair successfully deployed an arcane tool in the chamber known as a discharge position. But he has some leeway to do so. And Republican leaders say the move was more quickly than expected to push the bill to the full House floor, which is fiercely loyal to Trump. It's not eager to take the vote, which goes against the president's own wishes. But many members of the party are also sick of the months of growing pressure from vocal members such as Massey and Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene. Okay. Now, this is interesting. I saw this, so Secretary of State Marco Rubio drops the mic on the EU for accusing President Trump of violating international law by striking narco-terrorists. I find it interesting all these countries want us to send nuclear-capable Tomahawk missiles to defend Europe, but when the United States positions aircraft carriers in our own hemisphere where we live, somehow that's a problem. I don't think the European Union gets to determine what international law is. They certainly don't get to determine how the United States defends its national security. The United States is under attack from organized criminal narco-terrorists in our own hemisphere, and the president was responding in defense of our country. So I would say that the United States and this president has made very clear his job is to protect the United States from threats against the United States, and that's what he's doing in this operation. Big Marco, unleashed.
I don't think that the European Union gets to determine what international law is. No, they certainly don't get to determine is how the United States defends its national security. The United States is under attack from organized criminal narco-terrorists in our hemisphere, and the president is responding in the defense of our country. I do find it interesting that all these countries want us to send, and supply, for example, nuclear-capable Tomahawk missiles to defend Europe. But when the United States positions aircraft carriers in our hemisphere where we live, somehow that's a problem. So I would say that the United States is, and this president has made very clear, his job is to protect the United States from threats against the United States, and that is what he's doing in this operation. I don't think that.
Yes. Yeah, that's a great speech. And then time to bring back the Monroe Doctrine. Huge fan of that. Yeah, best Secretary of State. Marco takes no BS. It's our policy to steer clear of permanent alliances with any portion of the foreign world. George Washington. Yes, take George's advice. Yes. And liberals are furious today after Secretary of War Pete Hegseth has confirmed the following will be happening at the Pentagon. No more social justice, no more political correctness, no more toxic ideology or garbage that infected the department, no more identity months, no more DEI offices, no more dudes and dresses, no more climate change worship, no more division, no more gender delusions.
Putting America first, and the roadmap is peace through strength. The third ingredient President Trump has injected is good old-fashioned Indiana common sense. Putting America first, and the roadmap is peace through strength. The third ingredient President Trump has injected is good old-fashioned Indiana common sense. Common sense is back at the White House, and it's back at the Pentagon. Common sense means putting warfighting, lethality, as the senator mentioned, training, discipline, accountability, readiness at the forefront of everything we do at the Department of War. That means no more social justice, no more political correctness, no more toxic ideological garbage that infected the department. As I've said before, but we repeat and we repeat because as a good old television host, you know it takes a while for it to actually sink in. No more identity months, no more DEI offices, no more dudes in dresses. No more climate change. It actually was a thing. It actually was a thing. No more climate change worship, no more division, no more delusions, gender delusions or quotas, no more distraction. As the chairman of the Joint Chiefs puts it, Pete, you're clearing out the debris. That's what it is. We're clearing out the debris from out front of NCOs and officers. We're done with that stuff. It doesn't take a PhD to understand that sergeants don't need sensitivity training. Putting America...
That's right. Let's just protect Bella. What do I have to protect Bella from? What's wrong with her? She's fine. Even if you have a non-toxic ideology, you still need to express hegemony to make sure it survives. So normal military, yeah, that's what it sounds like. You gotta love this administration. I do. I think it's great. It's like 20 the Tiger says, it's great. Great. And then we got this. This is a good story here. Representative Chip Roy announces the Pause Act. The Pause Act. Not PAWS, but PAUSE, a bill that aims to freeze all immigration until the H-1B is ended, chain migration gets reformed, and birthright citizenship is dealt with. The H-1B system is broken. I've got a bill I'm introducing this week or next that is a freeze on all immigration until we achieve certain objectives, reforming chain migration, ending H-1B, and getting birthright citizenship dealt with. This is a great bill. Great bill.
The dream of home ownership and a functional society has collapsed in one generation since the greatest generation in World War II, and it's something that we got to fix. Charlie's solution, obviously, is mass deportations and ending H-1B scams, among other things. What's your take on this, Congressman?
Well, first of all, I did listen to virtually all of Byron's interview, and there's a reason that I've endorsed him for governor. We agree. We are great friends. We work together in the House Freedom Caucus. We are aligned philosophically on a lot of these issues. So I agree with much of what he said. But what I would just add is, as you know, in Texas, we've been dealing with the brunt of the illegal immigration influence. But now we're seeing, I think, the ramifications of the H-1B system and how it has been abused, in addition to chain migration and diversity visas, which we've been trying to fix for a long time. And we've been unable to do so. You'll remember back in 2018, with the various bills that were being debated in President Trump's first term, and we were unable to get that resolved as Republicans, and it left it both broken with respect to the illegal immigration system. We didn't get the wall fully built. We didn't get fixes to all of the asylum problems and the abuse of parole and the catch and release. But we also didn't address ending the chain migration and diversity visas. We had language to do it. We just couldn't get the votes. So now, what are we dealing with in Texas? We're dealing with a massive Islamism problem. We're dealing with a massive problem of the advancement of Sharia law. We're dealing with a mass community that is growing up that have no desire to assimilate and come here to become American and embrace Western civilization, embrace our Constitution, embrace our values. We've allowed the corporatists to define our entire national policy. And if I were going to go talk about what Charlie's tweet there was about, that summary, which is exceptionally on point, and as he always was when he was starting from faith, family, the foundational principles, and that encapsulates it very well. You should be able to own a home. You should be able to have Americans getting jobs. And the mass deportation is correct. Ending H-1B visas is correct, etc. What I would point out here is that we're dealing with a cultural problem about who we are as Americans. Going back a couple of years ago, I was noting 51 million people in this country are foreign born. That's something like 16 or 17% of the population. Now, that is higher than it's ever been. That is higher than it was in the early 20th century.
It's way higher than that. There's over 100. He's talking about U.S. citizens, maybe, because there's over 100 million people in the country right now that weren't born here.
Right, when we had the massive wave coming in. We've got a mass foreign-born population, but here's the kicker. It is on the back of, as Byron noted, a failed education system. Not just failing us in terms of skill sets, which is germane to the H-1B question, but failing us in terms of teaching Western civilization, in terms of teaching God, in terms of teaching our values and belief in the Declaration, teaching English, etc. Now where English is a second language, we teach other languages. We don't really teach the Constitution. We don't teach Western civilization. America is evil. Apologize for our existence. We don't really get to then even reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? And now we've got the problem where we've imported masses of people, and the people we're importing are often the ones that are churning babies. Our core, Americans who inherited this country aren't having babies. And now we have a demographics problem and we have a cultural problem. And in Texas, that has resulted in Epic City, a big Islamic center in Houston, 300 mosques across the state and growing, more mosques every day getting put in Texas than any other state in the union. And if we lose Texas, we lose the country. So that was a lot I just dumped on you, but I wanted to go into that different lane beyond just the H-1B tech, business bro problem, because that has led to a massive cultural problem that is something we've got to address. So the answer is yes, end the H-1B system, which is broken. I've got a bill that I'm going to be introducing this week or next. We've had to wait because of the shutdown nonsense. That is a freeze on all immigration. Freeze it until we achieve certain objectives. Reforming things like chain migration and diversity in H-1B, ending H-1B, getting birthright citizenship dealt with, ending, for example, Plyler v. Doe, which says that you have to educate illegal alien children. Go down the list of things. For example, my bill that says you got to vet people for their adherence to Sharia law. Why are we importing any human being that is adherent to Sharia law, which is totally contrary to the Constitution and our values in Western civilization? So my point is, we can amend that bill and people can have ideas, but I'm going to introduce a bill as a framework to say, why don't we just freeze immigration entirely until we sort this crap out, until we figure out who's here, why they're here, how many Chinese communists, how many people who are Islamists who want to remake America, how many people that are living on the public dole, that are living on welfare, that are going into the emergency room to get care, that are in our education system getting taxpayer-funded education because the Supreme Court declared it so. Let's pause all that, and that'll actually be the name of the bill, the Pause Act.
The Pause Act. Like in how many pause? The Pause Act. The Pause Act. Sounds good, right? Yeah. Bravo. No more immigration. Say about 20 years. Yeah. I have my kid in a Christian school. It seems to be the solution, if not homeschooling. Yep. Could be. Yes. We got this already. Already in New York City. Higher income families are already fleeing New York City. Who are you going to effing tax? Who are you going to tax? Who are you going to tax? Nobody. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Upper East Side moms are panicking. Who are you going to tax? Nobody. Something strange in the neighborhood. Who are you going to tax? Nobody. The Upper East Side moms are melting down over Mandami, a 35,000 person Facebook group. 35,000 person Facebook group. Devolved into panic and infighting. After the New York City mayoral race was called for Zoran the Kami Mandami. What's Granola say? Hold on. We see it, Jeff. Even without immigration, the visitor's family at the store have 5 male children. Why are they going to deal with that in 20 years? Yes. Where's Jeff? Later, Grip. What's up? Grip leaving? Where's Gripper? That it should have never left the tracks. What are they talking about? What? Sad but true. True. See you, Jeff. Oh, Grip. See you, Jeff. All right. Later. After the case was called, mothers of the Upper East Side began to panic. Shocked, one Facebook user wrote anonymously in the Moms Upper East Side group, which has 35,000 members. All my love for New York City. I can't believe 50% of the city voted for this joker. Wondering who's actually leaving. To where? Florida? Residents of the neighborhood, synonymous with Gilded Age mansions and Tony private schools, have voted for Andrew Cuomo, a staunch supporter of Israel who campaigned on a tough on crime agenda by a 24-point margin. More than 300 comments responding to that anonymous post are full of mothers looking for property in New Jersey and Florida. Predicting that Mandami's promise to make buses free will lead to criminals to rape and kill innocent passengers, and airing their worries that New York City is on its way to becoming 1930s Germany. A vocal minority of the group's members jumped into debate these reactions and to point out Islamophobic subtext of the anti-Mandami mania. Oh, yeah, so keep falling for that anti... Mm-hmm. Yeah, so yeah, it's all Islamophobic. Oh, is it racist to be mad that your new mayor is a Muslim, which only led to further infighting in the comments and more combative threads cropped up over the next 24 hours? Some users pleaded with others to get a collective grip. Others posted that they were quitting the group they'd come to for swapping advice on strollers and nannies, not fleeing the city. One wrote, fleeing this group. By Moose, whatever that is, M-U-E-S. A secondary fight broke out over the many members posting incendiary comments anonymously, which forced the moderators to create an anonymous posting rules. You may not attack or threaten other members while anonymous, ever. Oh, so they want to know who you are, so that way you can they can dox you and get you. I'm gonna have to get some kind of things, but it makes my ears sweat. Facebook mom groups are a notorious hotbed of drama. A dueling group called UES Mamas has made headlines for explosive infighting over the pro-Palestinian Black Lives Matter movements, but one MUES member told me that she thought Mandami's election had caused the most heated division in the group. When I first asked to join, one of its administrators told me she was too overwhelmed by managing the thousands of opposed comments coming through to approve new members. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the country should have never left the tracks, yes. So now he can be communist, as I remember communism was running no religion. I don't know, man. That's what I'm saying. It's like weird. Like, how can you be a Muslim and a communist? Karl Marx was completely, atheist against religion. So even without, okay, we saw that. Robin Ryder, a single mother with a 13-year-old son, didn't hesitate to jump into the mix. Who told angry members to get your panties out of a crunch and just relax. We're literally terrified that a mayor who won't condemn Hamas and won't condemn the phrase globalize the Intifada is now running the city with the second largest Jewish population in the world. A 49-year-old wrote, Mandami said he would not use the phrase and has called September 7th attacks a horrific war crime. Ryder, who appeared on Fox News as a parent concerned about migrant shelters and her son's screen time, seems to relish in a catty back and forth, especially with the Muse members who spew anonymous opinions. I think people rage bait in a lot of the group, and you can't come at me or expect me to have that kind of respect for your viewpoint when you can't even identify who you are. Identify yourself! Hillary Clinton aide Huma Abedin, June 2025, married to Alex Soros, son of George Soros, a major funder of Mandami. Weird. Ryder says she's now considering a move to Hoboken, New Jersey as a result of Mandami's win. It feels very immoral to me at this moment to pay tax dollars to a city that just elected someone who would love to see my people murdered. We're all looking for an out because I can't jeopardize my safety for my son. She's not the only one looking to flee. There are 360 comments on the post titled Where To Now, where members shared real estate agent contacts and bragged about their second homes in red states. One recommended realtor was Elise McLeod, who moved her family to the Upper East Side from Boca Raton during the pandemic. She told me she had a surge of inquiries. Why would this lady move from the Upper East to Boca Raton from the Upper East Side? Go to Upper East Side from Boca Raton during the pandemic. That's ass backwards. That was like the opposite of what everybody did. April, who's said she's one of the few black moms in a Facebook group and asked that I not use her last name, scoffed at those members talking about fleeing. No, you're not. Just relax. The fire debates don't want to make her leave the group, and they helped her find the best Montessori school for her son. Motherhood is political, she says. Even if the group takes it too far sometimes, she finds any comparison between Mandami's New York and Auschwitz to be ridiculous. And she especially hates when members of the group who voted for Trump say that Mandami's not qualified to run the city. She vented this frustration on the thread where moms debated the baseless accusation that the mayor-elect plans to implement Sharia law. It's always mind-numbing when folks bring up, for instance, Mandami's lack of experience when the entirety of his current administrations are the least qualified. Oh, they're the least qualified, really? Oh, okay. What the fuck choices arguably in American history? Oh, okay. These people are retarded. Not every mom in the group is comfortable jumping in the fray. A mom I call Sarah, a Chinese immigrant who lives in Central Park, thinks the Facebook page is inappropriate venue for political discourse. That just doesn't mean she lacks an opinion. She describes it as a happy little bubble where kids can run around and play, the Upper East Side, where kids can run around and play in the playground without worrying about seeing a homeless person or walking on a needle. Oh, so they're fine. They don't care if everyone else has to deal with it as long as they don't have to. Everyone needs to share the video of Hillary introducing Soros around America, spread them far and wide. Yeah. The 38-year-old wants to raise her toddler somewhere with a police officer on every corner and is concerned Mandami may pull funding from NYPD. She also doesn't like the plan to phase out gifted, talented programs. And it just completely eliminates any ability for me to consider sending my child to a public school. Part of the reason why people pay to live in specific blocks on the Upper East Side is so they can go to public school number 6. Morgan Richardson Valdez wants to engage with members like Sarah who think she thinks have an alarmist tank on Mandami's win and correct disinformation she sees. These women are going to correct disinformation. Yeah, I'm trying to listen when people are afraid. The 47-year-old jumped into one thread that was filled with comments mocking Mandami's universal child care proposal to point out that under such a program, fewer women would have to leave their jobs to become stay-at-home mothers due to the high high daycare costs. So you want someone else to take care of your kids. Oh, okay. Too many women lose autonomy after having kids and get stuck in abusive relationships. That fucking excuse doesn't hold water anymore. It really doesn't. You're not stuck in an abusive relationship. Nobody is. When a commenter responded that free daycare will result in dead children, she kept an even tone. You're trading a lot of hypotheticals, but today is for hope. Let's give the man a chance. Oh, yeah. Yeah, give the commies a chance. It isn't even the only Facebook group Valtos belongs to that is melting down. She said people in an Astoria-based mommy group dunked on her for saying that she'd gladly go to a neighborhood bar that Mandami had recently visited. People were cursing at me, discussing my anatomy, saying, you must have a full bush. As a divorce lawyer who's used to be, so she's a divorce lawyer, this lady. Oh, yeah. So she's talking about people in abusive relationships, talking about, lose your autonomy by raising kids. You're going to lose your autonomy to be a mother and have a family. Divorce lawyer. Breaks my heart. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it breaks her heart to see people that aren't going to need a divorce lawyer. Now, Muse is turning back to more mundane conversational fare, like calling out negligent nannies and sharing tips on where to find the best tennis bracelets. Not a post about Mandami. Read one post this week. Does anyone know where to get an epic medical grade pedicure? Let me see. I had another thing. Let me pull, see if I can find it from. I think it was yesterday's. No. It wasn't Tuesday. It was Sunday, Monday. There's a story I'm looking for from the other day with Kathy Hochul that covers this. I want to find it. There it is. Here. So Kathy Hochul, yeah. Oh, Muse, Moms of the Upper East Side. Took me long enough to click it. Yeah, it took me a minute to Upper East Side. Use Muse. Yeah. So supporters of Zora Mandami are reportedly developing buyer's remorse after learning Kathy Hochul will not greenlight his free bus plan or tax the rich. I cannot set forth a plan right now that takes money out of a system that relies on fares of the buses and subways. It's absolutely brutal. Voted for a commie and get played. You were warned. Yeah.
Well, I guess I'm from Buffalo. We don't put up with a lot of crap. So I just want to set the stage that, you know, you look at the history of people who've run multi-million-dollar ad campaigns to try and get me to change my position. I don't change my position. So I just want to put it out there. I respect people's opinions. I respect the proper place to convey them. And so I've said to people, I hear you. And that was important. But also, there is a time and place. And so that's all on that. No, I've had conversations on this trip, but many conversations, I'd say over the summer and the fall, that were important, that led to an understanding of what's in the realm of possibility, shared ambitions, but what is doable is the question. And so, no, we're aligned on so many of these issues. You know, I've made it clear where I have strong disagreements with issues that really do not pertain to, you know, the governance of New York City. I've said you need to get a police commissioner that people trust, who has a record of accomplishment to keep the trajectory that we're on right now, which is crime is going down. Crime is going down significantly. You don't say mission accomplished, but that is a great trend. So him agreeing with that assessment, that recommendation to keep Jessica Tisch, was an important statement on many fronts. So I'm looking forward to, you know, having our teams keep a lot of conversations with our teams. We said we'd be talking, you know, actually I'm meeting him very soon to talk about our response if there is a surge of ICE agents and National Guard that do come, perhaps after his inauguration, and how we can be proactive in preventing that from happening. And that's the state I'm in right now, prevent that from happening. So we've had a lot of conversations. So no, I think there's a mutual respect. And that's gonna, I think, only grow deeper.
So that's a
Keep
perfect,
tight, guys. Bond and banner work.
perfect transition. You have recommended that he
So busted. Jasmine Crockett's getting her ass roasted. FEC filings exposes Texas fraud. Drops $75,000 on luxury hotels, limos, and private security in Martha's Vineyard, New York City, and Vegas. Look at this money. I hope someone else. Please tell me she's going to get locked up for fraud. Please tell me she's going to get locked up for fraud.
The hog right now. And for a woman who is openly flirting with trying to run for Texas Senate seat against Senator either John Cornyn or whoever comes out of that primary, you are seeing a woman who's not spending an awful lot of time in Texas. That whole list of places she's been living high on the hog, I didn't see anything mentioning Dallas or Houston
Up in
or
Amarillo.
Laredo or Amarillo. Right. She's all across the country making sure that she is getting taken care of, that her nails look fabulous, and that she is sounding off however she wants to. The hog right now. And for a woman who is openly flirting with trying to run for Texas Senate seat against Senator either John Cornyn or whoever comes out of that primary, you are seeing a woman who's not spending.
Oh, sorry. So yeah, so she's doing all this money. Look at she's spending. Yeah, you know, security expenses. We saw the people like the other thing. Yeah, we have issues in Connecticut, right? Yeah, Representative Johanna Hayes splurged for $13,000 on oysters at a Martha Vineyards trip. More residents grappled with historic flooding. So Connecticut was cleaning up deadly floods. And Representative Johanna Hayes slurped down $13,000 in oysters. Oysters. Wow. Oh, look at this. California governor caught red-handed after weeks of claiming they did nothing wrong. Nothing wrong. Okay. Yeah, finally, Crockett needs to go. She's not from Texas. Her nails done did. Yes, they got did. Them nails did get did. Oh. Reminds me of Big Fanny. Oh yeah, it's like there's like a pattern that you might notice if you pay attention. Start noticing the pattern. Becomes apparent. Becomes apparento. So, champagne socialists are the worst. They're literally empty vessels, pawns for their cash. That's right. So yeah. So Gavin Newsom was caught red-handed. Now they've exposed their lies. 17,000 illegally issued trucking licenses are being revoked. This is just the beginning. California must revoke every illegal issued CDL or I will pull $160 million in federal funds. I'm old enough to remember when Newsom staff downplayed the severity of California's decision to ignore Secretary Duffy's emergency order to revoke the licenses. Lies. Here are the facts. Non-citizens are eligible for CDLs. And Sean should know this. Oh, so they're eligible for CDLs. Yes, repeal the 19th and so much more. Clat is so Chad is so clever. Yes, they are. Clever Chad. Yeah, because we got this. This was in Illinois. Illinois Governor George Ryan served prison time when he gave a CDL to an illegal that killed 6 children. This happened. There was an FBI investigation and national outrage. This guy, George Ryan, went to prison because an illegal alien got a CDL. We got this story. Today, Coinbase is announcing our decision to leave Delaware and reincorporate in Texas. This decision was not made lightly, but we always do what's best for our customers, our employees, and our shareholders. I've had great experiences in Delaware as a lawyer and a judicial colleague, but the state no longer has a monopoly on corporate law, and it's now facing stiff competition from other states that are innovating and offering the right environment to business and innovators to thrive. Yes. Coinbase is not the first company to make the decision. We surely won't be the last. What we're seeing in return to a free market economy in all things, including regulation and judicial review. Competition among states is healthy and it empowers businesses and innovators that are on ambitious paths. Texas' corporate legal framework offers the right mix of efficiency, predictability, and fairness. See, because Delaware, Biden's judge that was real friendly with Biden targeted Elon Musk and his company, and that made all the other companies go, whoa, if that's how it's going to be, we out of here. We out of here. So, and I'd be remiss not to thank Greg Abbott for all he's done to create an environment that welcomes ambitious companies like Coinbase with open arms. We remain laser focused on our mission to increase economic freedom by building an on-chain economy. I thought it was a blockchain economy. I don't know. And today's decision keeps us on that road. Read more about Coinbase's decision here in this op-ed this guy wrote. To say, I can't hear Shirley without remembering airplane. Don't call me Shirley. Oh, that's right. Where does it say Shirley? Yeah. Roger. Imagine costing the state. Here we go. Hold on. Delaware continues to bleed companies. Yes. Roger. We all know why. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Elon is speaking of from direct, personal, and extremely expensive experience. He had his entire $56 billion compensation package invalidated by a single Delaware judge after shareholders had overwhelmingly approved it and after he had hit all the wildly ambitious performance milestones. That ruling proved to be that predictability is dead in Delaware. When a state's entire corporate judicial system can strip you of billions based on an activist judge's feelings that you were overpaid, you don't trust the legal environment anymore. Coinbase leaving is just the logical, market-driven response to Delaware's judicial arrogance. You destroy the confidence, you lose the capital. Yeah, this person right here, the Biden judge. Oh, look at that. White, Wahiman. Yes. Keep on protecting billionaires. They'll show you. I protect the truth. Billionaires are penniless. They're not the same. Musk is always salty when people, whether judges say, yeah, so stop licking him then. Yeah. America's cryptocurrency exchange, Coinbase, moves its headquarters to Texas from Delaware. Coinbase has officially announced its decision to leave Delaware and reincorporate in Texas, marking a monumental shift in how major corporations Oh, man, you see Bella. No one's noticed Bella just flipped over. Look at that. Bella flipped. Bella flipped. Flip it over just for you guys. The decision revealed by Coinbase's chief legal officer, Paul Grewal, signals a growing exodus from the overregulated states towards those prioritizing business freedom. Grewal framed the decision as part of a larger trend, return to free market competition between states, one in which laboratories of democracy are finally reviving what the founders intended. States vying to create the best conditions for prosperity. Grewal gave special thanks to Governor Abbott, praising his leadership and building a welcoming place. Yeah, Texas and Florida for an economic boom. I've had great experiences in Delaware, but they turned into a sucky place ruled by crazy women that are just doing things that are not right. Coinbase is not the first company to make the decision. We surely won't be the last. Competition among states is healthy. We remain laser focused on our mission. There's all stuff. Elon Musk praised the decision saying Delaware continues to bleed companies. After a Delaware judge voided his $56 billion pay package at Tesla, Musk didn't just accept the ruling quietly. He publicly blasted the legal environment, writing that X never incorporate your company in the state of Delaware. He followed up by transferring the incorporation of Tesla and SpaceX from Delaware to Texas and urged other businesses to consider doing the same. Musk added, move to Austin. It gets better every year. So many cool, world-class people are moving to Austin from San Francisco, LA, New York, London, and many other parts of the world. Why did they move it again? That's weird. Major crypto exchange picks Texas for new HQ, citing pro-business rules. So Texas has become increasingly popular destination for U.S. corporations. So a lot of places are moving to Texas. And here was the article that guy said to go read on Wall Street Journal, but it won't even let you read it. It says like, this is what you get. Read it for just 1 week. No. So that's what you get. All right. Now we're into everyone's favorite part of the evening. Anyone who has a speed limit of 50, 55, and then again, we make up their own speed limits depending on where we are. Yes. Cuban criminal alien Tommy Gomez Mendebur was ordered deported by a judge in June with a DWI conviction and pending charges for smuggling aliens and weapons possession in Texas. Yet, we arrested him November 4th with our Indiana State Police partners during Operation Midway Blitz, still driving commercial trucks in the United States. State borders do not stop criminal aliens on U.S. roads, but ICE and 287G partners do. Well, that's crazy. Don't do that to me. I can't play. I can't have this stuff. Ordered deported in June, DUI conviction. Scarface. Look at him. He's wearing a Scarface shirt. He's got nice white blonde hair, though. Very, very nice. Very, very nice hair there. That's right. That's what we're doing. Lock them all up. We got this from Dapper Detective. An illegal alien that was being harbored by Gavin Newscomb has been taken into custody in Mexico after he killed the mother of his children in Long Beach and crossed the border in an attempt to hide her body in Baja, California, where she was found dead in a car. Was he really Cuban? White or white? I don't know. Pat Hacker, fact check. It says 5'7". Still doubt it. Let's see here. Oy. Ay, Dios mío.
Man is in custody in Mexico accused of killing the mother of his children in Long Beach and crossing the border in an effort to hide her body.
The man's son says his father called him and confessed. Now Eyewitness News reporter Annabelle Munoz is live in Long Beach with all the details. Annabelle.
David and Giovanna, we did speak to the victim's son here in Long Beach. He did not speak on camera. He was on his way to work. And he described his mother as sweet, saying she would do anything for her children.
5 children ages 16 to 26 are grieving their mother's death. Araceli Romero Acevedo's eldest son, Eric Almanza, told Eyewitness News his father called him Saturday night and confessed to killing his mother. By then, he says his father was already in Tijuana. Almanza says his father told him he planned to hide Romero's remains and turn himself in, and that it was the suspect's mother who called police. His father, identified by Mexican authorities as Eric N., is in custody. The Baja California State Attorney General's office says around 8:30 p.m., authorities received a report of a deceased person inside a vehicle, adding that the victim was found in the passenger seat with visible signs of violence, including possible signs of strangulation. They identified Eric N. as the victim's alleged romantic partner and said he suspected of committing the crime in Long Beach and then driving across the border. According to Almanza, his parents had argued that afternoon and his mother was taking his father to work around 3 p.m. He says Romero was born and raised in Tijuana before moving to the U.S., where she graduated from a trade school to work in medical billing before doing tax-related work. Almanza says his mother really cared about her kids and would help pick them up through life's ups and downs.
Very interesting. Hey, we've been going for 3.5 hours now, man. 3.5 hours. 3 hours, 30 minutes we've been going. Please, if you haven't already, please hit the like button. If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. All right? If you haven't subscribed, please subscribe to the channel. We're doing good on likes, actually. We got 70 people watching. We got 88 likes, so I don't know if there's any, probably some of them likes from people that left already. So we'll see what happens there. See, we got says 20 minutes left to go on the goal. So we'll have to see if we get another hour out of this or not. We'll see what happens. I was trying to hold out to see if Joe was going to raid the show, give us a boost before we quit, but it is what it is. So that's what's going on with that story. We want to stand up for the rule of law, not the rule of Don. Our republic depends on it. Oh, so look, it's Gavin Newsom. Yeah, the rule of law is letting criminal illegal aliens kill people and take them across the border into Mexico. The old Mexico. Bexar County or Behar County, Texas. Tejas, illegal alien Jose Hernandez Gallo is accused of killing 3 at a landscaping supply company before turning the gun on himself. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes, you got that? Mandate given. Jasmine Slavey Crockett.
New this morning, San Antonio police have identified 21-year-old Jose Hernandez as the shooter in Saturday's shooting at a landscaping company. This happened yesterday morning that we first brought to you on GMSA. This happened on Stall Road on the northeast side. Police say Hernandez is employed at the location and showed up and started to shoot at other employees. 3 people died. He was later found dead with a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, police still have not released a motive. New this morning, San Antonio police.
No motive. So yeah, Jose was just a good man trying to make a living. The pressure of deportation made him lose his mind. That's their next talking point. These illegals can't be deported fast enough. I saw the initial story on KSAT on Facebook. We'll be interested to see if they publish an update now it's been identified as an illegal alien. At this, in McLennan County, Texas, yesterday, illegal alien Adriana Rodriguez Gonzalez was arrested for sexual assault. It's reported that Rodriguez Gonzalez was allowed to stay at an acquaintance's home after having boyfriend problems, but overstayed his welcome after he repeatedly attempted to perform oral sex on the acquaintance. What? That's crazy, right? Read that again. It was reported that Rodriguez Gonzalez was allowed to stay at an acquaintance's home after having boyfriend problems, but overstayed his welcome after repeatedly attempting to perform oral sex on the acquaintance. So this is, he's got a Nicole with a thing there. And, race white, ethnicity Hispanic. So they're trying to split the baby there. Race white, ethnicity Hispanic. So a white Hispanic. So this guy's just like George Zimmerman. White Hispanic, George Zimmerman. skewing the crime reporting numbers by labeling as white. White. Oh, here. I don't know. Why is this coming up again? So this guy's accused of killing 3 at the landscaping company. Is this doubled? Did I double this up? I guess this must have doubled it up. Jose was a good. Yeah, must have got doubled up somehow. Looks a little high. Hispanics can be white. Oh, I know. He's Hispasian. Yes. Hey, boss, that reminds me of the Holiday Inn slogan, the best surprise is no surprise. That's good, yeah. We collecting actual crime stats yet? Not yet. Not yet. Not actual crime stats. We're just doing like, not so crime stats. Yeah. Not actual crime stats, just like, whatever. So, So this guy, last month, Concepcion Perez Estrada was arrested for child molestation, fondling, or touching as an immigration hold detainer. This one says H for Hispanic, so. We got Wake County, North Carolina last week. Helder Giovanna Reyes was arrested for indecent liberties with a child statutory sex offense. He has an immigration detainer hold. Oh. God, why is it his head got a big, what happened to his head? It's got a point on his head. That's weird. So, North Carolina State versus Helder Giovanni Reyes. Oh, white guy. Look, white male, born 1979. ICE detainer, admin warrant. Yes. Indecent liberties with a child, indecent liberties with a child, state sex offense with a child. District 36 won't speak on this. Oh, yeah, look. These are the people in charge. Another member of the governor and Jackson's diversity program. Not only they refuse to extricate these animals from our communities, they are welcoming them with open arms and offering them benefits. Wow. Head like a dreidel. Yeah, really? Hey, boss, I got a second screen activated. Oh, okay. This says Almetti pled guilty to breach of peace and received a time served sentence after serving 301 days in jail. ICE then picked him up from jail and he was taken into custody. This is a good story. Good feel good story, right? Oh, we got a Jordanian man.
First, the man accused of making a bomb threat that shut down Interstate 85 for several hours yesterday has appeared in court for the first time.
Ahmad Al-Hendi is being held at the Greenville County Detention Center on several charges. Now the solicitor is weighing in on the case. Our Ray Urena joins us live outside of the jail with more. Ray?
Solicitor Walt Wilkins called Al-Hendi's alleged actions very concerning. And Al-Hendi's legal issues are not only here with South Carolina, but with immigration and customs enforcement as well. Wearing an orange jumpsuit, Ahmad Al-Hendi was granted a more than $20,000 bond Friday morning.
And then this individual created the situation with his words and actions.
Hours after, investigators say he allegedly made a bomb threat during a routine traffic stop for a missing license plate on I-85.
The officer asked the individual, do you have anything illegal in here, like marijuana, cocaine? And he said, I have a small bomb. And then she said, what? And then he said, I have a small bomb. And this is on her body camera and in-car camera.
Al-Hendi, who lives in Oak Lawn, Illinois, is charged with breach of peace of a high and aggravated nature, conveying false information about a bomb.
Oak Lawn, Illinois. It's a good pizza place there called Palermo's.
Wilkins also says
on 95th Street, right off of Cicero.
Living in the U.S. legally.
Somebody who is not here with the proper documentation, driving a tractor trailer truck without proper documentation, those are all signs that can be compounded into a much more serious situation. We're very fortunate in this situation that it was not.
Investigators say no explosives were found in the vehicle. Jail records show Al-Hendi is being held on a detainer for immigration and customs enforcement and could be deported if he posts bond.
So the way it would work is he would then be put into the custody of Immigration Customs Enforcement. And then, unfortunately, that process will not stop as a result of our state charges.
Now, Ray, you
Just an Illinois man, Oak Lawn man, yeah.
about Al-Hindi, right?
Yeah, Carol, in the last 45 minutes, ISIS just got back to me. They say Ahmad Al-Hindi is a 28-year-old Jordanian national who entered the country legally in September 2018 in St. Paul, Minnesota. They say the detainer that they placed on him here at the jail was placed on him by their enforcement and removal operations after he was arrested. ICE also says he has a hearing scheduled for August 2026 with the Justice Department's Executive Office for Immigration Review. Reporting live in Greenville County, Ray Urena, WYFF News 4.
That's interesting. Yeah, so he pled guilty to breach of peace and received time served sentence, and then ICE picked him up from jail and he was taken into their custody. Yes. Oh, sorry. So, bomb threat shuts down this thing. So it's published today, November 12th. 13th Circuit Solicitor's Office reported a man pled guilty in connection to a bomb threat on I-85. South Carolina Department of Public Safety said the state transport police initiated traffic stop and track trailer January 2nd due to missing license plate. All 6 lanes were shut down. SWAT and bomb team members were called to assist. No explosives were found. And Ahmed Jamal Kamis Alamedi from Illinois was charged and issued a surety bond of $20,000. Greenville County Detention Center said Alamedi was placed on a U.S. Immigration Customs hold detainer. Solicitor's office said on Wednesday that he pled guilty to breach of peace, received time served sentence of 301 days. Then they iced and picked him up, and he was taken into their custody. Good. So it all ends well. All ends well, doesn't it? All ends well. Got this. A manhunt is underway for this thug who randomly stabbed a female in the chest at a Chicago train station, coming just 3 months after Ariana Zarutska's murder on a Charlotte train. Chicago mayor has a 6% approval rating with 100% responsibility for all the carnage. That's right. ABC 7 News. The I-Team.
Person who stabbed a woman on a CTA train platform. They released this picture of the suspect holding a knife. Police say the victim was sitting on a bench at the UIC Halstead station Saturday night when this man approached and stabbed her in the chest. The woman was taken to the hospital. At last check, she was in good condition. If you recognize this suspect, call police. Person who stabbed.
Wow, if you recognize him, call police. Yes, manhunt underway. You recognize them, call police. Demon rats are evil, the party of crime. There's 0 similarities between these 2 cases. What do you know? A paramedic stabbed multiple times inside her own ambulance while helping a man. Oh, Big Howard says 6 days, 13 minutes till my B-Day. I'll be 26 years old, by the way. I'm dyslexic means I'm actually 62. Well, 15 days, 13 minutes. Okay. I don't know. I'm confused now. I don't even know what you're trying to tell me. A paramedic, Melanie Kempf, and her partner placed a pulse oximeter on a man to check his vitals. The man cooperated at first, but went crazy while paramedics prepared an injection, kicking, flailing, and screaming. Kempf was stabbed multiple times. The man then grabbed the officer's holstered gun and fired, narrowly missing Kempf. Several officers were needed to subdue and secure the man to the gurney. Oh, wow. This is crazy.
He got me with the knife.
Where?
In my stomach.
He comes out like the little alleyway or whatever. He's screaming for help, help, help.
Hey, we have to leave it on.
Yeah, please.
Tranquilo. Tranquilo.
Put this on your finger. Here, kiss
¿Usted
your finger.
tomó algo?
Don't worry, don't worry. Here, kiss your finger. Don't move. If you move, it makes it work.
¿Sí o no? ¿Sí o no? Si quiere ir para el hospital para que te chequen bien. Here you go.
Okay.
18.
Let go!
I need police. Multiple police. Where we're at right now.
Embuste!
Grab his legs, grab his legs.
Cabrón! Es embuste! Me quieren matar!
I got the knife.
Well, he sounds like he might be. It sounds to me like this guy might be speaking another language, like maybe not English. Because I keep hearing him say, things that are not English words.
Mel, are you okay? He got me with the knife.
Where?
In my stomach. I still have the scar. I have a scar from here to here in my abdomen. I just think about the what ifs. And I could have not went home to my family. And my parents would have gotten a phone call that, your kid's dead.
Bring on the hodl.
Somebody, and she's dead because she attempted to help somebody.
He's speaking Deportanese. Deportanese. That's right. That's a good thing. Remember several years ago when an OD was rescued and pulled a gun and killed the EMT who saved him? Yes, I remember that. On a bus. Yeah, I remember that. I do. If it was Spanish, I couldn't make it out. Yeah, I can say it didn't sound like it might have been Portuguese. Might have been Portuguese. Look at this. Texas man accused of child sex crimes avoids jail in plea deal with Soros-backed prosecutor. Soros-backed prosecutor. Just why, Soros, why? A Texas man accused of repeatedly sexually assaulting a child will avoid prosecution on nine felony counts after striking a plea deal with George Soros-backed Travis County prosecutor. Austin's ABC affiliate KVUE reported that Richard Laybell, 37, was indicted on 9 felony charges, including 1 count of continuous sexual abuse of a child under 14, 6 counts of aggravated sexual assault of a child, and 2 counts of indecency with a child. Time to get this Nazi behind bars. George Soros, a SS in the National Socialist German Workers' Party. I don't know if that's not true. He did help them collect stuff, but I don't think he was ever an actual Nazi. Kind of try to keep things on the how they say is as they say on the ups and ups. So Texas man accused of child sex crimes avoided his jail in a plea deal with Soros-backed prosecutors. Well, the Texas man accused of repeatedly sexually assaulting a child. Wow. Will avoid prosecution on nine times. Yes, Mrs. Bueller, 9 times. 9 felonies, Mrs. Bueller, after striking a plea deal with, and what's messed up about that is that guy who said that 9 times, he was actually a pedophile too. That guy that from Howard the Duck and Ferris Bueller, that guy went to jail for being a pedophile. And still, I think he was still putting movies and stuff. A Soros-backed prosecutor is a Dem-backed prosecutor. Never forget that. Soros is Dem. Yeah, I'm going to have to look in these prosecutors. That's ridiculous. Yes, it is ridiculous. Austin's ABC affiliate, KVUE, reported that Richard Laybell, 37, was indicted on 9 felony charges, including 1 count of continuous sexual abuse of a child under 14, 2 counts of indecency with a child. Those charges were dropped as part of a plea deal that allowed Bell to plead guilty to 1 count of injury to a child, a 3rd-degree felony. Under the deal, Bell was sentenced to 5 years of deferred probation. So that means he wasn't even given probation. Deferred probation. He must register as a sex offender and is barred from contacting the victim or her family or any minors. The plea included no jail time. Man. Outside of the courtroom on Monday, the victim's father told KVUE he was blindsided by the decision, said prosecutors Efrain de la Fuente and Lorraine Garcia failed to include him in the discussions about the plea. I was outraged to find out that this was not only our first and last plea deal, but this was our deal, whether I liked it or not. The father, who was not named to protect the victim's identity, said he expected a prison sentence. I think any parent would expect somebody to rot in jail for doing something like this. As time went on, I expected a realistic plea deal to be years at least, long enough to serve some time in prison where you belong if you have successfully carried out pedophilic acts. In Texas, deferred adjudication lets defendants avoid conviction if they complete probation successfully, though any violation can trigger sentencing on the original charge. Bell's probation conditions, including mandatory sex offender registration and no contact restrictions, will remain in place for the entire 5-year term. Fox News has reached out to Travis County District Attorney Jose Garza's office and has not received a response. Garza took office in Deep Blue, Travis County in 2021 after a campaign backed by billionaire George Soros pledged to reimagine criminal justice and prosecute police officers. He has defended his record as a district attorney, saying he is doing exactly what Travis County voters elected him to do, fixing our broken criminal justice system, standing with survivors. I mean, he considers the guy that did the raping a survivor. I guess he survived I don't know, working to end excessive use of force by police and prioritizing treatment over incarceration for nonviolent drug offenses. Well, these people this prosecutor needs to be in jail. Critics have argued Garza's office has failed to advocate for victims and promoted policies that make cities less safe. He has also faced scrutiny for aggressively prosecuting police officers in a city still divided over the council's 2020 decision to cut police funding. Tension came to a head in 2023 when Garza sparked outrage for appearing at the funeral of a police officer, a move some called a slap in the face. Gary Plauché wouldn't be talking to the news about it. No, he wouldn't. Gary Plauché would take care of business. That was father of the century. Mm-hmm. Okay, where are we at here? All right, now this story, this will make you guys feel a little bit better, I think, about some stuff. I mean, not better that this happened, but it's going to make you feel a little bit better about accountability. All right. Florida will seek the death penalty against Nathan Holmberg, who we allege raped multiple little kids. Crimes against children where someone takes their innocence and childhood deserve the ultimate form of justice.
I'm going to announce this morning that in this case, we will be seeking the death penalty. I believe that crimes like this against young children, where you take their innocence, you take their childhood away from them, these horrific acts deserve the ultimate form of justice. So we will be doing everything we can legally to send him to meet his maker. I'm going to announce this morning that in this case, we will.
Wow. Yeah. So, let's hope SCOTUS reverses itself. I don't know what that means. The best AG we've had in a long time. We cannot coexist with people who think raping children is acceptable. That's correct. We cannot. So here we go. Let's read the story. Florida man indicted for sexual battery on children could face death penalty. Would be nice. Death penalty pursued in child sex crime investigation.
At WeatherTight Windows, we have been working with. Specialty is windows and doors. Give WeatherTight Windows a call today because I know how important it is protecting your family. Oh, and don't forget the cookies.
Penalty case against a Hernando County man. 36-year-old Nathan Holmberg faces a number of charges, dozens, including capital sexual battery, after telling detectives he made his own child pornography. Florida's Attorney General was in Hernando County this morning to announce the update. So let's bring in Fox 13's Kylie Jones with more in the newsroom on this. Kylie.
Yeah, Mark, and Florida law now allows prosecutors to pursue the death penalty in capital sexual battery cases involving children under the age of 12. The Attorney General says the evidence here shows hundreds of photos and videos of child pornography involving children between 3 and 10 years old. Now, 36-year-old Nathan Holmberg was arrested last month. The Hernando County Sheriff's Office says a, quote, Good Samaritan reported seeing child porn on Holmberg's cell phone. The sheriff says they found hundreds of files that Holmberg made himself. They say Holmberg worked as a babysitter or nanny during the time of this alleged abuse. Last month, the sheriff said he believed more than 50 of the photos and videos contained capital sexual battery acts on 3 of the 8 victims. Today, the sheriff joined state prosecutors and the Florida Attorney General to announce they're going after the death penalty in this case, saying this is one of the most heinous cases they've seen.
Crimes like this against young children, where you take their innocence, you take their childhood away from them, these horrific acts deserve the ultimate form of justice. So we will be doing everything we can legally to send him to meet his maker.
Florida Attorney General James Uthmeier says a case in the U.S. Supreme Court has challenged the death penalty in child sex abuse cases, but he says they'll continue to push for this if Holmberg is convicted. The sheriff's office says detectives are still combing through about 650 photos and videos spread across dozens of
Wood chipper, chippy chipper chipper. Yep, there are some real monsters out there. Yep, right. Gary Plauché. Yep, man is a hero. His actions will live forever. Yes, he will. There's another case. There's a case, I believe, in Alabama or Arkansas or something like that, where the father with a daughter who caught the guy who had repeatedly raped his daughter, and the guy came and took the daughter again after he was arrested and everything was ordered to stay away and all that stuff while he was facing charges. Came and got the daughter again, and the father went and chased him down and tried to get his daughter back, and the guy refused, and so he had no choice but to apply the correct vaccine for pedophiles, and but they're charging him, the father. They're trying to prosecute him, saying that he shot him too many times and then beat him with the gun after he was done shooting him. That he pistol dipped him after. All right, so Attorney General added there's additional victims and other charges likely to be followed. So they're seeking the death penalty, and evidence shows he engaged in sexual abuse with 3-year-old. She shouldn't even be going to court. I'm sorry. A 3-year-old? Yeah, the poor man ran out of bullets. Yeah. I mean, Grady Judd, if that happened in Florida and it was Grady Judd would have said, what happened? You need more bullets? It's wrong to ask what demographic the children depicted are from. Are these children ones being brought across the border, or are they citizens? I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I don't really say that stuff in here. So an ask it is a kind of a Good Samaritan reported seeing porn with a very young child on Holmberg's cell phone and notified authorities. How did they see it on there? Isn't that man running for sheriff now? Yes, he's running for sheriff. He's running for sheriff in that town. So. Hernando County Sheriff's Al Ninehoose says he believes that over 50 of the pictures and videos contain capital sexual battery acts and 3 of 8 victims, and says that over 80 of the pictures images showed suspect touching the 5 other victims in inappropriate ways. The victims are between the ages of 3 and 10. The majority are between 4 and 8. Oh, kill this fucking guy. 30 additional devices were found in his home. Evidence shows hundreds of files and photos and videos of other child pornographic materials. Again, this is not an individual who can be rehabilitated. It's someone who needs to face the ultimate form of justice. I swear there was a magnetic storm after he shot him. Yeah. On Wednesday, Ninehouse said detectives were still combing through 650 photos. He was arrested in 2012 in the Jacksonville area for a similar offense. Detectives say that arrest affidavit matched what they saw. What? Joe says, well, that's it, Jim. God bless. Good night. Thank you so much, Joe. Good, and hopefully you get back to work soon. You know, I think with this shutdown being over, they're probably gonna recall you real soon. But good news though, I believe Joe in the package for good news for you is they're going to back pay everybody, even the people that were furloughed and sent home get back pay. So you're going to get back pay. So congrats. He was arrested for capital sexual battery at the time, but he ended up pleading guilty to child abuse. He was sentenced to 5 years probation. he was not designated as a sexual offender or sexual predator. According to Florida law that was passed in 2023, prosecutors can now pursue the death penalty. Crimes like this against children, where you take their innocence, you take their childhood away from them, we're doing everything we can to legally send them to his maker. Good night, Jim Somniacs. That's right. Good night. You're welcome, brother. You're welcome. State attorney added that there are additional victims and other charges are likely to be filed in other counties. Okay. Well, we hit 4 hours, folks, and I'm sorry, but we did not hit the. We did not hit the. We did not hit the goal. So I think that's gonna probably wrap it up for us for the night. I gave you guys an extra hour and a half actually on a show. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, an extra half hour, not an extra hour and a half. I don't know where my brain is on that one there. So, so it's 4 hours. So it was 2.5, 3.5. So an extra half hour. And I tried to hold out to see if Joe's going to raid and stuff like that. But I just, we'll just say good night and come on back Thursday night. Don't forget, Jim's going to have a special show Thursday night. It's going to be just Jim. Maybe I'll bring a guest on, or maybe I'll do something. I'll do something different. Maybe we'll go like a Theory Thursday, do some conspiracy theories or something. Maybe, I don't know. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I'll ask. I'll do a poll or something like that. And thank you, Anthony. Happy Veterans Day too, by the way, if I forgot to tell you that the other day. Thanks to everybody. I'm going to send you over by Nick if you want to say hi to Nick or whatever, Ricada, go ahead. And then, tis what it is, what it is. So thank you very much. Jim, you've become habit forming. Well, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping people really like it. Yeah, peace, 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 peace. Good night, everybody.